Okay, maybe you can hear me now. Thanks for that. Give me some feedback if you can hear me. There we go. Oh. Can you hear me now? Proverbially, can you hear me now? There he is. Thanks, DC. Thanks for coming in. So I was saying that I can't believe there's that many people not at NAHBE because it seems to be a full house over there. But you don't have to be not there in order to take part here. If you're around there and you want to fill us in on what's going on, then that would be really great. I'm doing administration duties here tonight. So if I seem distracted, that will be why. Okay, I've got the message, the link pinned up here. Okay. All right, I'm back over the right tab now. There's Todd. Hey, Todd.
What's jeez. Hang on 1 second. I have to take
Friday.
This call.
You have to take a call.
Yeah, sorry. I have to hang on.
We'll wait, Todd. We'll wait, Todd. So we're just waiting on Todd to take a phone call, and then, we'll continue with the evening once Todd is done the phone call. We got 29 people on here. That's pretty awesome. Thanks for coming by. Randy, we have your weather here in Ohio. Low of 9F. 9F. It's minus 22C here right now. It's been a pretty cold day. It's been quite a nice day, but pretty cool. It's going to be cool weather for the next few days here. So, is anybody feeling left out? Is anybody feeling like the cool kids got to go to NAHBE and I didn't get to go? Is that how you're feeling? Or do you just not care? That's okay too. I think sometimes when the crowd is off doing one thing, we seem like maybe we should be doing that too, and regardless of how we actually feel. Hey, Clark's Bees and Such. Cold in Indiana. Morris Homestead's feeling left out. You feeling left out, Todd?
I am. Are you?
No, I was too busy all day to feel left out.
I can't wait to go back to work on Monday. I've been on vacation for 2 weeks and it sucks.
Yeah, it gets to be a bit much, eh?
Yeah.
I kind of was on vacation for 2 weeks too. I just was taking a couple of weeks off, and yeah, it was good to get back in the saddle today.
Yeah. It's actually raining right now.
Oh, really?
What the heck? Yeah. Raining on my birthday.
Doug says 66-cent dollar says stay at home. Yeah, no kidding. I just did a small cash exchange. It cost me almost $1.50 for US dollar. It's just pathetic. It's really, really sick. That's going to change, though, Doug. That's going to change.
That's quite the spread, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jeez. I'm wondering what's going to happen with lumber prices because, that's going to be on the table, obviously. So things like boxes made here and stuff will eventually cost more. Don't know when they'll get through the inventory they have, and then they have the new stuff come in with tariffs. But
Yeah, lumber prices have been pretty volatile the last 4 years.
yeah, they have. So let's wait and see, I guess.
Wait and see.
Strap yourself in, tighten down those buckles, and
You
away
betcha.
you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's about to happen.
yeah.
So, I'm not as lively a host as Bob is, so I need both Bob to really drive this. I just thought it'd be nice for everybody to get together, hang out. If you didn't go to Louisville for the weekend for a couple days,
Did you see Phil's video, his live?
no, I didn't watch any videos. I've been looking at a few pictures on Facebook.
Yeah. Phil at 33 Mile Bees has it's about an hour and a half. He walked around the whole place.
Oh, no kidding.
There's all kinds of vendors there.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, that's the part I would kind of be interested to see is the vendor hall.
Yeah. To, see what they have.
I don't really need anything and can't really afford anything.
Well,
but it'd be interesting to see what's around there. Hey, Roy. Hey, put your camera down, Roy.
Oh,
we just almost
I don't
just
think
see
I
the
can.
top of your hat. There we go.
Well, that's just like it's like the no comedy. All the guy that you sees over the fence. I just want to jump on. I was loading up Tuesday morning to head to NAHBE, and my wife had some problems, so I had to unload and take care of her and get her taken, set and
hopefully she's okay.
But I'll tell you, yeah, we're better. Had some medication issues that kind of messed her up, and there's some pain medicine, so
right.
She threw those things away after getting them taken care of and said enough, never again. But I had a couple pallets of product ordered down there, and I'll tell you, Bill from Shenandoah Bee Supply has went out of his way to help me out. Phil is bringing up my 33 bees, is bringing up my uncapping tank for me to Michigan. So every vendor that jumped right on and got things shipped for me.
Oh, that's good.
How far away is Phil from you?
He's only a couple hours. He's down in Lansing, I think.
Oh, okay.
Just out Lansing or Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
I'm in the area working all the time anyhow, so it gives me a chance to stop down and see him. But it just shows you how nice our community is. We've got on here.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool.
Norm says, hi, not at NAHBE. I'm going to be there. So you're going to go down tomorrow, Norm, or what's the plan? Norm's eager. He's not a beekeeper
yet. Didn't it start on yesterday? It started yesterday, right?
Well, they kind of open up Thursday, I think, and then Friday it starts.
Okay.
Yeah, he's leaving at 6 a.m. He's in northern Illinois, kind of northern Illinois, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah. But yeah, Phil's video, he went through the whole floor. There's hundreds of vendors.
Yeah.
There's one place that I think it was called Crazy Bees. I think it's a clothing thing, and they've got a bunch of t-shirts and stuff like that. So I'm going to look at their website and see what's going on.
Cool.
Yeah, because I need more t-shirts. I got to have t-shirts, man. I can't.
I just bought myself a new batch of t-shirts before Christmas.
There you go.
Mine, I hadn't bought t-shirts in a lot of years, and they were getting pretty raggedy.
Yeah.
I wear them in the sun a lot, so they get bleached out.
Yeah.
So Norm says his neighbor is a beekeeper, so he wants to get some mentorship from her.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's great. You need a mentor. That's the most important thing, I think, is to have a mentor.
Well, I'm just like Todd. I took off just before Christmas and was gonna go back on the 6th. So now I'm stuck in the shop and it's snowing, and built myself a little cabinet for selling honey out of for the winter. I'm trying to get the temperature right. I still
Exactly.
get people that want to come up to the house and get the self-serve, so I got to build a little. Almost looks like a old. My wife calls it a whorehouse look, but it's old west one. So in there,
Well, you could call it the honey house.
yes, it will be. So no, I got caught up on some videos and I got a couple hives. I might take the plunge just for some fun and do that UBO test on a couple of them. I know it might be a little costly, but after listening to that Humberto and an older video with Kara Wagner on there, I got a little more in depth on it.
Yeah,
I might give it a whirl, just see what it does.
she did a really good presentation for us. It wasn't last year, year before, 22, I guess, February 22. That's on the MBA website, YouTube channel. My brain's kind of scrambled today. I'm not sure what's going on.
It must be the weather.
Too much time out in the cold froze my brain cells.
It's January. You're resetting for spring.
Yeah.
I was interested more of the part where they were showing 4 slides of the uncapping, like full uncapping and partial, and what beekeepers were shooting for in there, that were using the test. So that's kind of interesting to see.
I just watched a really good video. It was just a conversation between Corey Stevens and Troy. It's Troy. Troy's in the Northeast there in the States. Troy Hall. And good. It was just a fly on the wall conversation. They've been working together on some of this stuff, and it was a really interesting conversation. A long video, but full of gold, I think. Get inside their head. Hey, Corey.
Wow. How's the weather? How's the weather up there, Brad? Are you getting a lot of snow?
No, it's been nice that way. It's just colder. Like normally here, it's either warm and snowing or cold and sunny.
Yeah.
And it's been cold for a couple days now. Today was quite a bit colder, and it's going to be quite cold for the next couple days now. They say there's actually cold advisories out.
What are you getting to?
Well, it's minus 22 right now. It's and the minus 20s that's a cold winter day, but it's not stupid cold. That's the way I feel anyway. Once you get into the minus 30s and colder, that's cold. Like into the minus 40s, that is ridiculously cold. The minus 30s is just really cold, and the minus 20s is just a cold day. It's not a really big deal. But they're calling for cold advisories, even though the temperatures are only going to be maybe minus 29 at night. So I think we're just getting soft.
And for us in the South, minus 22 is somewhere around minus 8, somewhere right around there, Fahrenheit.
So minus 22 is about 8 below. Yeah. See, it doesn't sound as cold for you.
Yeah.
Well, living in Kalkaska, this county, we're one of the 2 that gets smacked all the time when we get snow. So in here, we got another foot. We got a foot today at least. It dropped below 20 finally, but I was out in the woods cutting logs down, 2 days ago, all over the place. So
yeah. Well, I just took this picture a couple days ago. There's not that much snow out here.
Yeah,
That's
we
almost
went
like
right down to nothing.
wow.
Like there's that's just the east side of my house, and I could walk around out there in my shoes easy.
Like I got my orchard yard, I call it. I've got 12 hives up there. One of them didn't make it before the fall even happened, but I've got 11 single deeps out there, and they've all got frame feeders in them, so it's at 8 frames. And only one perished, and I knew that one was going, and the rest of them look pretty good in there. Like I put a little fondant on them just to make sure they were snug and happy for the next couple months in there. But the one even come up and they said something about smelling bananas one time. I thought, what is that? Well, I popped the lid on that one and I went, oh, hello. So they were an unhappy bunch.
DC asked if I get wet snow or dry. Well, it really depends on temperature. When it's warmer, the snow can be a heavier snow, but nothing like what you might get in the Pacific Northwest, DC. I've lived in your area, and it's pretty unusual for us to get any snow like you get. If we're going to get that, it's going to be in the fall, the early fall, or the spring. We can get some pretty heavy wet snow, but when it's cold, the snow is very fluffy. I don't a lot of times I don't even have to really brush everything off my car as I go down the road a half a mile and it's gone. It just blows away. Uh-huh.
Well, I hate to jump in and run, but I have to jump out and run. I'm going to dinner for my birthday tonight, so
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Same
so
age as Phil and I, 29, right?
Old
yeah,
fella.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, might have a whiskey tonight. I don't know.
You better have 2. You're still young at that age.
Yeah.
No,
Have
actually, I
Have
don't
a
mind
gin and
saying,
fresca.
well, and water. I actually hit the big 6-0 today, so it is what it is.
I'm not too far off. I got 2 more years and I'm behind you there.
Oh, it only gets better. So
Todd's
I
older
enjoy
than me,
life.
but I feel older than Todd. I look older than Todd.
oh, I preserved myself early on.
It's the sun preserves yourself. What, pickled? You're pickled
I
now?
pickled myself. Yeah.
I'm working on it.
But no, I right when I was jumping on, I had to take that phone call, so I apologize for that.
That's okay.
It was a must take, and now I have to jump off. But I know I said I wanted to come on real quick, so
I appreciate it.
yeah. So
Thanks for your support.
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, well, you guys have a good night and a good
All
Friday.
right. You have fun, but not too much fun.
Yeah, Hey, you know me, not too much
Yeah.
fun.
Well, I do know
That's
you,
my
and that's
middle-
why I'm saying don't have too much fun.
That's my middle name. All right, everybody. See you later. Have fun at
Okay.
NAHBE. Have fun at NAHBE, and don't buy too much.
Thanks, Todd.
All right.
Good
See
night.
you. See you soon. You too. Bye-bye.
I spent too much. So in there,
You-
I bought a full pallet of frames just to fill up all my empty boxes that I got built. And
Oh yeah.
in there,
How many frames do you get on a pallet?
about 800.
800. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I ordered
It's,
800, so it was close to a full pallet.
Yeah.
Mm.
See, I had to change the picture in my head because when I buy frames, it's not assembled, so you get a lot more than 800 on a pallet.
I couldn't pass up
Hey,
the
Doug.
deal with Bill there. I mean, it was cheaper to buy those than it was to buy it broke down and shipped in boxes and have me built.
You mind sharing the cost?
I paid $1 $96 each.
Well, that's about $15 Canadian. So I don't know
Okay,
how to really
I'm sorry.
convert that, but
I converted. Just add $1.50 to every dollar.
$1.50. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
So we're good to go. But
No, that's an excellent price.
yeah. So I'll give up. Then he sent me an email and says, or a text said, I won the Enel Hive. See me at booth 340. And I texted him back and I says, I think you better look at the number. You're not going to make it.
Yeah.
So, hello, Doug.
Good day.
Mike Menino is at the Honey Expo, so he could fill us in on what's going on. So you're a bit colder out where you are than where you have had more snow and more cold weather than I've had by a long shot this season, Doug. This picture, I took this picture New Year's Eve.
We're minus 29 right now.
Yeah, a little minus 22 here, so it's but we're not going to get minus 35 like you said. Yeah, you've got tons of snow.
Yeah.
I got almost very little. They say I could walk around in this lawn in my shoes.
Yeah, we're about 2.5 to 3 feet out on the level.
Wow. I'm glad it's not us. I am not a fan of all that snow.
Trying to think, Saskatchewan from Michigan, Doug. How far are you west? You're west then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Like above North Dakota in that area?
Straight north of Minot.
Minot? Okay. Offered me a job out there one time for a salesman position. I told my wife where I was thinking about moving her, and she said, absolutely not.
Minot. Minot's nice. I've only been to Minot once, and it was, was it 30 years ago? Wow, that's crazy.
We used to go quite often.
Minot's nice.
So, Brad, how's your hives outside doing?
I went out there. I think the vlog coming out tomorrow morning has a little piece on going out there. So I went out there early this week. I don't remember what day it was, but it was a fairly warm day, and there's actually there was bees flying because there's bees on the snow, and there was bees coming out of the top entrances, and some of them not doing good, but I don't know. We'll see. I think I still got a remnant of, it's not nearly as bad as last year, but I think I still have a remnant of whatever was ailing my bees last year, which I think was high virus loads.
Well, I'm gonna get a little. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness! I'm in the view of present or the King of Canada there.
Oh goodness! Don't make anybody uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm just a lowly subject in Michigan, so.
Cold one out there tonight. Oh man!
What's temperature out where you are right now?
The truck said minus 23, and I just checked the forecast. It's going to get down to minus 30 tonight. Not as cold as Doug, though. I think you guys have more cold air your way.
We'll share.
Yeah. Doug's generous that way. Minus 22 here right now. I was in Winnipeg all day.
Eating popcorn in honor of Charlie's night.
Oh, there
yes,
you go.
That's good. I should have some popcorn too in honor of Popcorn Charlie.
Yeah,
so what's going on, Ian?
I'm getting lots of messages from the expo. Looks like they're having fun down there.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a bead on how many tickets were sold until just recently on the commercial Facebook page. I put it out there again and finally got an answer. It's about 3,600, including
Yeah.
vendors. So that's a lot.
That's a good size show for sure.
Yeah.
I was saying that I would love to see the vendor hall. Really, that's what I'd like to see. It's just a spectacle. I like that trade show kind of a thing, right? I've always liked that. I don't need anything and I can't afford anything, but it'd be neat to see.
Yeah, Cayman runs a true trade show. Like all the vendors that show up, he makes sure that they provide deals and, pre-booking, and the guys have to come pick them up for the most part at that convention. So, a lot of guys will pay for their ticket just for what they save on the boxes or patties or whatever they buy.
Yeah.
So he does it right. Yeah. And then it's really interesting. When I was there before, he has all these little balls of energy within. Like they have guys on there having live streams like this, because it's almost like a Comic-Con in a lot of ways. And they have the guy showing like a live viewing of what's going on. It's really neat. Podcasts and everything. Yeah, I think you'd really like it, Brad.
Yeah, I would like to go. I would like to go sometime.
Lefty loosey, tutty righty. Yeah, they say that every time.
Yeah. Price of sugar. I was just in the store today and I had to walk by the sugar. I don't need sugar, but just had to walk by the sugar. And I was happy to see that it's creeping down again. So I saw $30 for a 20 kg bag in the store today, which is great because every dollar down saves me a couple $100 on my sugar bill. I don't know what people south of the line are paying for sugar. So I'm kind of a sad host. I'm not a very good host to keep things rolling. So
you're a good host.
What were you saying, Roy, when Ian popped in? You lost your train of thought.
Oh, yeah. I was just talking about those single tent frames I got wintered outside. They got, I've still got the frame feeders in there, but there's 8 frames. I've only lost 1 out of those, so I got 10 of them out there. I normally sink winter in double deeps, but I had some small 10s, so they're clean good. And I got the mite treatments to them, and I got 3 rounds of oxalic acid on them. Then, unlike Charlie, I can't. This time of year is pointless. I mean, I just don't get enough warm days to do anything with. So they're going to have to be good until April. The
Thanks,
food
Norm.
stores are still heavy.
In there. Appreciate that.
They were still heavy and peaked in there. And like you said, the banana smell, everybody's talked about it one time, but I've never smelled it in 6 years I've been keeping bees. Well, I opened the top of one and I smelled it.
Is that right?
Yeah. I was like, what the heck is going on?
I can't say I've ever smelled it either.
I've heard people talk about it, but I had a big, strong single, and when I popped the lid, they weren't happy I was in there with that one. So, like I said,
Ian's always talking about smelling things. He's smelling the brood and stuff, and maybe I'm just not trained enough because I always look for that and see, what's he smelling that maybe I'm not smelling. I can smell things, but whether I can identify it, maybe.
When they boiled out the top on me, it was probably mid-30s. I just was putting some fondant on it just to make sure they were all right. They were getting a little light. And I had to go put my veil on for a minute to get the rest of them. I was a little worried I was going to get hit.
Yeah, that smell when I was cracking the lids in the winter shed, that I can't really put my finger on what it is. Just that smell of wax, smell of propolis, smell of honey, smell of, and there's no mustiness to it, or there's no like fermented sugar or syrup smell to it. Just healthy, perspiring bees. It's quite addictive. I could just keep cracking the lids because it's like take another hit.
Yeah, I thought that was really funny the other day when you did that. One more, 10 later. It's just 2 more. It was hilarious.
Can't help myself sometimes.
I'm waiting for you to take yourself out on one of those fans, the ceiling fans.
Oh, yeah, I make a boy. My wife's gonna find me unconscious sometimes.
Turn those things off.
Right in the top of my head. That's the mistake I made building that shed. Is I didn't build 14-foot ceilings. I built 12.
Yeah.
That's all the money I had at that time. But I should have just borrowed more money and built a taller ceiling because I would use it all the time. I'm short.
Would you stack them higher?
I would have more headspace so I could stack empty boxes taller. And I don't know if I would stack my rows any taller, but with that extra headspace, I'd have more air circulation over top of the stacks. And I think I would get better air mixing and better just the temperature as I'm trying to mix the air in the shed. If I had more space on top, I think I'd permeate into that stack a lot better. Right now, it's just not enough up on top.
It would lower what I call hive density, first of all.
Yeah.
Right.
It would do that.
So that would give you a lot better. I just noticed something in your picture, Ian, over your head. You can really see the difference that those interlocking lids and pallets make when you stack those up. Do you see those? Does everybody see that right over Ian's head? You can see the one stack is lower than the other.
Yeah.
Right because here. the one on my left, Ian's right, is the interlocking pallets and lids, so they're 3/4 of an inch lower every pallet.
It sure makes a difference, especially when I'm stacking with the forklift. On the truck for one thing. You put them on, it's just. And you know what I like? Just those little things that make your job a lot easier. The time you put into rounding just the edges and the cleat on the bottom, and then on the cleat on the top. Yeah, you might have beveled the top too. Because when I go on, they just kind of, if I'm off just a little bit, seat in perfectly.
And it just slides right off, and I round over the cover, the cleat on the cover, and I bevel the runner. So that because I didn't the first time, I didn't, and then I'm trying to stack these, and you catch that by an 1/8 of an inch, and it's not going to slide off of there. And I thought, if I just ease that a bit.
And I find it very useful for the forklift because once I get them on the truck, everything's square. So I take my 3 stack, put it on the floor, and then go back for another 3 stack, and I put it up on top. And the forklift, I can't, finesse it like I can the cradle. So I bring it into generally the spot where it should be, and I set it down, and they all just kind of they seat like that. And I was worried about having to fuss a lot on that stack to get them interlocked, but not a little bit. Then it's so nice because I just come around and then pull out like that. Where the other ones are so cumbersome and bulky and generalized that they're all over the place. So you can kind of see the inconsistency in the rest of the stack there as compared to yours, and it makes them a lot tippier. And then when I'm setting them down, I'm never really sure if I have it proper. Every once in a while, I'll have one of those they're 2-way pallets, so I'm making them into 4s, and they're just resting against each other. At the far end of the forklift, I can't see, and I've had them just go like this, and touch on the row beside them, and I have like, oh crap! So go and pull it up like that. I have not had one spill on the floor yet.
Yeah,
thank goodness, but I've come close. Yeah,
you just kind of sit together like a bunch of Legos stacked up.
Yeah, there's no worries on those at all. And then when I'm climbing on top, when I'm peeking into the covers, it's a lot sturdier. So,
well, for sure that you can't put too much pressure on and push that pallet off of the one below it. It is impossible. There is absolutely no way that's going to happen.
The only thing with yours is I haven't stacked them with snow or ice on the lids yet. My other stacks, I think there was 2 years I brought it in with a lot of ice, and they actually melted down because I couldn't get the ice off it. It was touch and go. So
Yeah.
yours, I'm not sure how that would work yet if I had that layer of ice. I might not ever have to now. They've refrigeration. I'll get things in good time anyways, so I might not experience that anymore.
Well, I mean, if there's ice, it's not going to lock in. I had quite a bit of ice
No.
1 year too, when I did that. I just kind of stacked them, and they just melted down over time and
Yeah.
fit together. You got 6 high, I've got 4 high, so it's it's still pretty high, I guess. It worked pretty good. They melt down together.
Yeah, I think the shed's still alive. My fans, my main fan's on idle, and then I have my purge fan, and it's coming on 5 minutes every 20 minutes. So there's enough heat being generated inside that it needs just a little bit more. Like the idle fan doesn't go off its idle. I have the secondary fan kick in just every once in a while, just to try to get a blast of air down the aisles to help mix the air a little bit better. And coming on, this is cold air coming into the building. So 5 minutes every 20 minutes is I think that's pretty good. I'm starting to lose sight of my nukes now. I used to see the cluster; they've all moved up, so I'm starting to lose sight of the cluster. I think that's a cause of colonies going in too light. They went in 10 pounds, or the singles went in 10 pounds lighter than I had planned, and the nukes went in about around that, about half, about 5 pounds lighter than I thought I had them in. So I think they were brooding at the end of the season. So they might be going up.
Excuse me. Do you get a lot of good circulation on the floor with your cooling units and everything, where it's pulling air around under them?
Yeah, I have box fans set up to blow air on the floor, which blows it. So I have the coolers are up here, and they blow over the top of the stack, and then the cold air drops on the other side of the building, and I have fans pulling that air back to the coolers, and then fans pointed up, so it kind of have a circular type of airflow going. And it seems to, and I'm going around checking temperatures, and I'm going around with the CO2 monitor just to see if I have any pockets all over the place, and it seems to be mixing the air properly.
Oh, good.
I was having trouble with the cooler, blowing the cool air, and I was blowing the air on the floor the same direction. I wasn't getting that circulation, and I was having trouble keeping the center of the shed cool. It wasn't penetrating that. If you look at the stacks I have there, it's almost like I think of it as being like a cluster of bees, right? The outside is cooler and the inside is hot. So I had trouble cooling the inside of that shed until I get that circulation of the air going like this, and then I was able to break through.
Well, I did farm kill for quite a few years, and when I took a salesman job, I had to shut it down. I was on the road too much, but I thought about building, 12 by 20, and I can go, 10 foot high with the refrigeration equipment I have, and I thought just about nukes, but I keep looking at how many I can get in there and the energy it costs me to run that 3-horse with the 2 condenser units on it. Wasn't sure if it was going to pay off in the long run.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Any plans on recovering the heat you're losing outside, Ian?
No, everybody asks me that. I'm a very simple man. I like to keep things basic. So my objective right now is just like I'm only running the unit. I think people get the wrong impression. I'm not running this cooler all the time. It's only running when I need it to run. So like right now, I'm using Mother Nature. I used it for 5 days through Christmas, up till New Year's. I forget when I turned it off there, but I kept the shed nice and cool. But then I turned it off. So I don't know if I would make use of the heat recovery on that, because I'm turning it on when it's kind of warm anyways. So I don't sure. It's not like I'm running it in the cold of winter where we need more heat in the building. So, yeah.
Well, we don't want to see you in a lawn chair in the summer with that turned on, drinking beer.
I can though, and maybe I will.
The next video would solve it.
I never even thought of that. That's a great idea. Yeah, I'll send the crew out to mow grass or something, and I'll just spend the time in the in a nice hot day in my winter kit. Yeah, it wasn't.
One of my
cheap, though.
neighbors, he used to be a head thinker, and he used to say the internal combustion engine was the biggest waste of energy there was. He says someday you'll drive home, you'll reach in under the hood and you'll peel a cell out and put it in the house, and that cell will have stored the heat from it and heat your house. I often think, boy, that would have been something, eh?
Yeah.
That's a train of thought. Absolutely. Cost
Well-
recovery, like we do it in business with dollars and cents, right?
Yeah.
Heat pumping is nothing new. It just comes down to, you know, what does a watt of energy cost you from the utility, as opposed to what does a watt of energy cost you when you pump it from, you know, from here to there, and because you could easily pump that heat, like into your heated portion of that building.
Yeah.
But you know, you're pumping the heat anyway. That's exactly what you're doing. It's just that you're venting the heat to the atmosphere. So
Also, with when we're setting up grocery stores, it's never ending hot water. The reclaim water. I mean, and that's your friend when everything freezes up in there, because you will not have enough hot water if those condenser units heat or freeze.
your audio's breaking up a little bit, Roy.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna jump off anyhow and just listen.
Well, I didn't
Finish
mean you
my
had
beer.
to go.
Oh, okay.
I think you might be a little too far from your mic. Is what I think the issue might be.
Well, I got my phone, so there we go. We'll get a little closer. I had to get a beer too. Does anybody need one?
I'm set up okay.
Yeah, send one my way. Bring two.
It's there, so we got you all taken care of. It's in the office.
People tell me that all the time. You know, when I'm venting my building, they say, "Oh, you should heat, you know, something with that." Well, and it's not that easy, because even if you could just take the air and heat another building with it, that's stinky. You don't want to heat anywhere that you're going to be in, especially later in the season in the spring, because those bees that are dying on the floor are right full of poop, and they stink really bad. They don't stink as bad in the fall, in the early winter, but boy, oh man, they are right full of poop.
There was an article out from Dr. Milbrath at MSU. She sent out. It was about a gentleman that overwintered bees in Michigan, just south of me, in a root cellar, build a barn. You know, he had basically no air exchange, doing 100 hives stored down there. And he said, I could do more, but I look at Ian and I thought, well, the dead drop he must have. And then what is it, CO2 in there when you closed up shed?
Yeah.
I thought, I mean, even in a Michigan cellar like that had to have been dangerous. The first time I read it, I thought, boy, that's a good idea. I could do that. Thought, no, they'll find me in the spring.
Yeah,
There would be dead air down there for sure.
Yeah.
You know, when I turn the coolers on, like I have 1,800 colonies in here, so everything's relative, of course. But I turn the coolers on and I turn my air exchange right down to low, pretty much what my idle fan is right now. So there's hardly any coming into the shed. And it takes a couple hours, up to 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. And then I'll come back the next morning. I can't read it because I only read up to 10,000 on that CO2 monitor. So it accumulates for sure. So down in a cellar, there'd be no place for it to go.
Yeah,
I know you were discussing that if it gets too high, is that going to help knock the mites back too? I think there was a conversation in there, some thoughts you had one day. Maybe I was listening to somebody else.
There's science behind that, and there's people tinkering around with it. when I was trying to figure out what I needed to do to keep my air clean, when I was turning down the air exchange. So I tapped into a California beekeeper I know that put a shed up, and he has, was it 5,000 or 6,000 bees in doubles, big colonies. He builds them for pollination, so he has quite a big shed and quite a few colonies in the shed. And being in California, he wants to keep the shed cool. So what he does, and it's warm outside, so what he does is he turns the air exchange completely off through the day. And then in the evening, he'll run a fan, just a box fan, very simple, kind of the same train of thought as me. Is just simplicity is the best. So he runs his box fan, exchanges the air for about an hour in the evening, and then in the morning for another hour in the morning before it starts to warm up again. And he says the CO2 concentrations in that shed will accumulate through the day, and he'll get over 20,000 parts per million, like 2%. And he's not too worried about it. He stays out of the shed. He said he only let his good friends in the shed. But in the evening, he purges it back down to about 2,000 parts per million. So it's up and down and up and down. And I asked him exactly what you're talking about is, the opportunity to kill mites. And they're finding that well, first off, he doesn't do it because he's scared, he said, because he doesn't want to kill all his stock, because there's a very fine line there, and he doesn't want anybody to get hurt either. So he's kind of stays away from that, but he knows guys who do toy with it. And he says there's a fine line around that 5.5% CO2 concentration. And he said if you get over 5.5, creeping closer to 5.8, then you're going to kill your shed. If you're a little bit below that, then you're not killing mites. So there's a very fine line, he said, you got to walk. And so when you're doing that, you got to make sure that you're mixing the air in the shed so you don't have deadly pockets that are going to just kill colonies here but not there. You know what I mean? So I think a lot about that, because it'd be a real neat way to target the mites without a lot of effort. Turn the fans off, or maybe just add some CO2 if you had to. But I'm just so scared to make a mistake, and then there goes $750,000 worth of bees. You know what I mean?
I mean, you've got $140 thermostat and settings in there, and if that little piece goes, you're done in there.
For me, if something like that were to happen, if I open up my vents in my shed, I do have natural airflow going through my yard like this. In a very calm day, I still have air exchange, and I notice that the air in the shed stays fresh even with my fans off. So I use that as my redundancy, but we also have a generator that we can run fans to pump through the shed just to make sure that I don't have exactly that happen.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot, actually.
I worry about the safety of it a lot. I hear a lot of people messing with it and whatnot, and I'm going to throw something out there. Just to me, this is how I think of it in my head. If you're flooding, if you're by whatever means raising the concentration of CO2 in a building to 5% for whatever reason, that safety wise and health and safety wise, that is no different than suggesting that you should take cyanide gas and flooding the building with cyanide gas to achieve whatever you're trying to achieve, right?
Yeah.
Health and safety is exactly the same thing, because that'll kill you as fast as a 5% CO2 concentration. That's the gravity of what we're dealing with here when it comes to safety. So it is nothing to toy with. And it's worse, I think, because you probably detect somehow that there's cyanide gas. You can't smell CO2.
No, you just pass out.
Yeah. There's people die all the time going into septic tanks, right?
Yeah.
And maybe go in there was a pump or for whatever reason, and they never go out, and you find three or four guys in there because they keep going in to rescue the guy that passed out. It's very, very serious business.
Yeah, it is. That's one of the reasons why I'm just kind of, and this is what the other guy was from California was talking to me about too. He's just like, there's too many people here. I don't have the right. There's, we do deal with a lot of risk on this farm. We deal with dangerous chemicals and we deal with heavy machinery and all. So, we have safety protocols we follow. So we could implement the same type of procedures to be able to fumigate a shed like this, just like we would something else we do on the farm. But we have to respect the gravity, the seriousness of it. And, here I am talking about CO2, kill mites, just let the CO2, let the bees handle it. You can talk yourself into something bad pretty quick, right?
And the reason I use the analogy of cyanide gas is you talk about cyanide. Well, I'm going to use cyanide gas to do this, and everybody go, "Are you crazy?" Right? But we say, "I'm going to use CO2 to do this," and say, "Yeah, that's a good idea." It doesn't sound dangerous, right? I mean, CO2 is it's like water, right? You need water to live, but it'll kill you because you can drown in it. CO2 is the essence of life, right? No CO2 and everything dies. Too much of a good thing, though, right? It doesn't sound dangerous.
Old beekeepers used to use cyanide all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canadian beekeepers did for sure.
For what?
Yeah.
Kill the bees in the fall.
Kill off your bees every fall.
They didn't winter bees back in the day. They just buy cheap American packages. Let's not get into that whole discussion.
I got a cheap American package for you. Just open up the border.
Well, we should be buying American packages. Well, why can't we buy American packages? Let's talk about that. Let's not talk about that.
No.
Take Canadian money at par, Roy.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Canadian rates would be a little bit different. I still got some Canadian money from my Sault Ste. Marie days.
Well, cash it in, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought some parts for the old engine I'm fixing up. I was playing around on eBay, just finding odds and ends here and there. And then I went to pay with my credit card and it's like, oh.
Yeah. I just exchanged some today. It was $1.50.
Like 66 cents is as far as I got my, or no, I'm thinking the wrong way. But you know what I mean. The exchange has just killed me.
It cost me over $1.48 for a US dollar today. Yeah.
I'm sure through the credit card, do they maybe increase it just a bit?
That's one of the more expensive ways to convert. Yeah.
Well, when the Canadian dollar was bad, I was up cutting meat in Sault Ste. Marie. It's the first time I've ever seen two old ladies fight over the last turkey in there. So.
Maybe we'll get things fixed back around though pretty quick here, maybe.
In your situation, it would be nice to be able to treat for mites during the winter, wouldn't it, Ian?
Yeah, and that's the appeal. You know what? Just on that subject, last year I was thinking that, okay, I'm off the CO2. I'm not doing CO2 in the shed. It's on the shelf. I'm going to watch other people do that. But I got thinking last year, why don't I use oxalic acid? Everything's there. I have the protective equipment. I have these little battery operated devices, very easy to use. What can go wrong? So I go in there, fully suited up. I was a hazmat suit on, and I had the respirator. I forget the name of the filters, but they're the acid gas organic filters, like what's recommended from the people who know better than I. So I'm all suited up. I got the suit on, and I'm treating, and boy, that's a good way to treat colonies with oxalic acid, because you're just, it's fast, everything's there. The bees are just silent, and I plug the entrance with a wet towel just to help prevent the loss. And I found, actually, Andrew was talking to me about this. There's loss of oxalic acid out of the colony, even if you can't see it, because it just keeps venting out. So he tells me to keep it closed for about 10 minutes. That's a long time. So I was just go down a row, plug everything up behind me, and then I'll start on the top next row and grab the wet towels and just kind of work my way, like you see in my picture here, down and up and down and up and down and up. And I got through 100 one morning, and then I went in, I think the next morning or afternoon, I did another 100 really quick, 100 an hour. And that evening, I'm sitting on my chair, and I could feel it right here. Like, ooh, that hurts. And it hurt. And I'm like, how much more protected can I be? I must have just been getting little bits and pieces of it coming through. So I think to do it, I'd have to get a fresh air system to pump air from outside the building in to give a fresh air supply at all times. But then I think it's just so much oxalic acid around me, I don't think we can get away from it. So I'm taking that and I'm putting it on the shelf. Someone else can do that. I'm not going to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I was in a WAS meeting, Western Agricultural Society, and they had a guy on there that has this, it looked like a hobby unit, but he had this kind of organic substance, benign, and he's vaporizing it into the colonies, and he's getting relatively good mite control through it. And I thought that was interesting. So at the end of the meeting through Q&A, I was just poking him a little bit and asking him about, he wouldn't tell me exactly what it was, but it's an organic acid, an organic substance that's really easy on the bees, on me, decomposes. There's no residue or anything, but it drops mites. And I said, well, why can't you take this hobby-looking unit that's gassing this stuff off into the colonies and rig it up so we can, blow it into the colonies in a winter shed setting like this? And he says, why not? And so that's what I'm toying with right now is I have this guy, I signed a non-disclosure because we just want to toy around with it to see if it works in a winter shed situation. But I haven't given up treating colonies indoors yet. And if this thing is benign where it won't, it's just like a, whatever the hell it is, it's like some kind of a food product. And it's something to do with, I won't get into the technical part of it because I don't understand it. But whatever it does, it targets the mites and then it decomposes almost instantly. And it should be a lot. So even if I had regular PPE on, let's say respirator, even with this stuff, it won't be near as risky as if I was using oxalic acid, is my train of thought. And if I can run this thing down the aisles through the winter when there's no brood in there and target these mites 3 times, once before Christmas, once after Christmas, and once in February, that might be an interesting way to target the mites. So the long story short, Doug, I haven't taken it all off the shelf yet. I'm still thinking about treating indoors.
Well, it sounds very attractive is what the allure of it is, right?
And I'm not doing anything right now anyways. Yeah. Time. Like,
self-contained
carry on a little bit longer just to, treat the shed.
Scuba system.
Yeah. The self-contained breathing apparatus would probably be better than the filter system you were using.
Yeah.
So just like what a firefighter would wear?
Yeah.
Say again. So it's interesting, these little seminars and presentations that people put on. I watch these things because I'm interested, but you never know when you're going to pick up a little nugget, right, of gold. It'll be some presentation and I think I'm wasting my time, and there's something. You can just take it back and put it in your pocket for a little while and explore that thought for a bit.
I was listening to some before and go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Roy.
Oh, I was listening to some B-Porn last night with that Humberto and Hirschbeck, not Hirschbeck, from the USDA lab, and they were just talking about Apivar strips, and I know you use it quite a bit, but the comment came up in there. It didn't sound like it was studied, but it seemed like the time that we keep them in the hive could possibly be too short from the treatment on the package for efficacy?
Yeah, that is. You'd think they'd have that figured out by now. What they're talking about is the Amatraz not releasing from the strip quick enough. And that's why they suggest a longer period of time for treatment. And even when you're taking the strips out after the prescribed period of time, there's still product in that strip that should have been, activated. So they have a new strip coming out right now. I think you guys have access to it in the States, but we don't in Canada yet, where it releases the Amatraz at the same dose but quicker, a little bit. And I'm not sure if they're going to extend the treatment period on that. That's what I hear about it anyway.
Is that the Amaflex? Is that the gel kind of a thing?
They do have the gel, but they have another product that they're trying to get registered with another consistency or another matrix, the same as the Apivar strip. The same thing, just releases it quicker, apparently.
I see.
Yeah, I can see how that would be useful.
Well, I met with him a few weeks ago, and I he kind of was asking me all kinds of stuff, and I said, okay, if you want a wish list, here's my wish list. And so I was telling him all kinds of stuff, and I said, and not only that, I said, I want a organic substrate. I pull all of that bloody plastic out of those hives in the spring, and they got to go in the landfill. That's not acceptable. Yeah. You've got to come up with something better than that. And he's kind of, yeah, I know. He said they're working on that though. So they kind of have that on the wish list, so that's good. I absolutely hate that great big bag of plastic. There's nothing I can do with it.
Yeah,
I can't even burn it.
Credit for listening though. Like, yeah. I was just on a meeting this morning with another developer of a treatment for disease, and they're disconnected from the beekeeping world, but they're bringing knowledge from other places into the beekeeping world. So they have no idea how beekeepers think or how we're doing things. And they're starved understanding on how we think and how we perceive, the product that they're presenting, and just asking me questions. So, I'm blunt. I'm like you, Brad. Sometimes I just tell them as it is.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys ready for it?
Yeah.
Here you go. And I'm going to hurt your feelings.
Don't ask the question if you don't want to hear the answer, man.
Exactly. They want to hear how we see. They want honest feedback. Okay, here's a product, and it's for this, and it does this. Ian, you've used it, so give me feedback on that, and how do other people perceive the product you're using, and tell me the conversation of those beekeepers at the bar table after 4 beers. They want to hear those things. It's not like I'm, giving any secrets, but I'm just telling them, Frank, this you have this product, and it has people aren't accepting it because of the story around it, right? And you have to, first off, make people familiar with it. You have to, provide something that's cost effective for another. These guys are trying to make a lot of money on us. It's got to prove efficacy, all these types of things. At any rate.
Yeah, it's sometimes you can have the most perfect system, and then there can be that one little thing that would cost, an extra step 2,000 times. As sort of, gee, well, that's kind of a deal killer, right? Well, you got to go back to the yard and follow up, or you've got to do 3 rounds, or you've got to do, or whatever, right? I mean, oxalic acid vapor, that is not a perfect treatment, but things it has going for it is you don't need to open the lid, right? Something simple, something very small and simple. I don't have to open the lid. Well, now I can do it at any temperature. I can do it in very cold temperatures because I don't need to crack the lid. Just little things. And a lot of times those guys, they don't really, understand the meaning of those small things.
Yeah.
So it's great that they're listening to that. Really is.
Well, it needs to be something you can afford too.
That's just it. These guys are. I understand they want to make money, but we have cost of production we got to look after, and they have a price point they have to hit.
Yeah. And I'm a small operator, and a small operator, and you're going to tell me that if I were one round of treatment is going to cost me $1,000? It's like, oh my God, really? $1,000? And I know, guys like Doug and Ian for sure. It's way worse than that, but I'm a small operator, and that's a big piece of change for one round of treatments.
Yeah, that's grain farming wrapped up in a nutshell right there. Just, gosh,
It's all
they
expenses.
just take us right to the edge all the time.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of science behind what they're doing, and a lot of trials, and you can pencil it out, and it pencils out, but you can only pencil so many things out before you start losing ground, right? It's getting out of hand.
Russ says that honey prices are too low. Big problem. It just reminded me today, I was out minus 20 some weather unloading honey at the packer, and I was thinking, I was freezing my butt off hauling these heavy pails and getting them in and out of the truck and hauling them here and there, and it was not a pleasant experience, right? And I'm thinking, this is my $2 a pound that Ian doesn't get. Right? It doesn't come for free, right?
That's
It
exactly
doesn't
right.
come for free. This is the day I earned my $2 a pound.
Yeah, value added is a nice feature.
Yeah. I've got a good mix going on in my little business because I can easily sell everything I produce. So it's a really good mix, and I can keep the price, a firm price pays me enough to produce it. And I can still produce it. I'm getting old though, so this has got to come to an end someday.
You're young yet.
Yeah. You're only as old as you feel, Doug. I feel like I'm older than you. I've seen you get around. I feel like I'm older than that.
I sell everything from the house in there. So, I don't pull a lot off. So most of mine, I only get about 1,200 pounds a year. But it's all $10 a pound, and it goes bye. They come here, but I've got 4 grocery stores that want me to supply them, so I've got to increase all my hives now in there, which I plan on doing anyhow.
$10 a pound. Oh boy, that'd be nice.
All right, well, I'm going to hop off. We got another one on here, so thank you for letting me be a part of it, and I'll see you in the chat.
Thanks for coming in, Roy. You have a great day. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Mark Miller, what's going on in your world? Are you feeling left out? Didn't get to NAHBE?
Yeah, I'm left out.
Yeah.
I figure I get in here with all the old men. Maybe I'd learn something.
Well, Ian's here too. He's not that old.
Yeah.
I must be complaining a lot on the couch in the evenings with Sandy. She told me, she says, you get to about 45, Ian, and you hit a wall. You feel old. But she told me it plateaus until you're probably 65. So she said pretty much in a short way about it, just get over it.
No, it doesn't plateau. It just goes downhill from there.
My knees, my shoulders, my back, my eyes. Like I had safety glasses my brother just gave me with bifocals, and he let me use them for some reason. So I put them on, and all of a sudden I could just read the writing right here. I was like, whoa, I'm going to keep these. And he said, no way, these are mine.
You didn't realize how bad it had gotten. Yeah, I've been there.
One thing about it, when you get old, you are going to slow down regardless whether you want to or not. You're going to. When you're young, you keep telling yourself, oh, no, I ain't going to slow down. I'm just going to speed up. But that don't last too long.
The toughest thing I had to come to grips with was, when you're in your 20s and 30s and sometimes even into your 40s, when you have those seasons, or you have those things that come along, and they're just extra challenging, you just think, I can just work harder. I can just work longer days. I can just work more days. I won't take weekends off. I can muscle through this, and I can do it. You get in your mid late 50s, that's not an option anymore. It's just not.
Getting
So-
old is not a bad thing.
Some people don't get the option.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, my kids went out for a partying, and Dad stayed at home. I drank milk on the couch, and so I went and picked them up at this party. More than happy, I'm bringing them home. Everybody's coming home safe, and they puked all the way from the party all the way home. I stopped 3 times. They didn't throw up inside the SUV, but they were completely done. Like, I almost had to carry them into the house. They got up the next morning at 8:30 and ate a full plate of bacon and eggs, and they're out.
Yeah.
I was thinking, holy crap, I would have been out. If I did that now, I would have been out for
You'd be
half
done
a day
for
at
3
least.
days.
3 days.
I'd be done for 3 days.
Man.
The biggest problem with old age, your brain says you're mid-20s. Your body just says, no, you're not.
Exactly.
Yeah, my knees. What really resonated to me recently is before Christmas, my knees just went on me. I could hardly walk. I'm not sure what I did. It might be just my body was just catching up to me from the summer and just told me to sit down for a little while. But they're just recovering now, and it made me think. I use that easy loader a lot, and I'm doing this a lot, so I'm a lot of pressure on my knees. And I got to thinking, I got to learn how to work this differently so I take the pressure off my knees, because this is how I do things. And if I don't have my knees, I can't do this anymore, and I have to go sit on a tractor. So it made me think about a strategy I might have to do. I think my shoe, when I pivot like that, there's too much grip and it puts pressure on my knees. So I might try to stand differently for one thing, or I might try to wear down the soles of the grip, so I almost like a curler, has a slide on their toe.
You get a pair of shoes they give you when you go bowling. Get those shoes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would work.
Yeah, just so I can pivot like this without it putting
Yeah.
pressure on my knees.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that'll work or not. I might be slipping and sliding everywhere too. Who knows? But I got to figure something out.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. You'd fall down.
I do hand a lot of the work off to my employees, so not like I do all the work myself, but I do. And in the fall, I bring all the bees in, and in the spring, I take all the bees out. That's the job that I keep for myself yet.
I get that in the fall, and it's kind of, I don't know, hips, lower back kind of thing, because of the way I extract. I have my uncapper, and then all the frames come out of the uncapper and then go over into the extractor, and up high too. I have to lift them high because my extractor is up, so through the season, that's that same repetitive movement 3,000 times. And I know I don't have nearly as many as a lot of folks, but still that same movement back and forth 3,000 times. That's quite a bit, and so you have to watch your lower back and whatnot. I feel like a fiddler crab. My one arm is really big when I'm done is lifting all those frames way up there like that.
With our loader, my son's always cursing at it because he tries to muscle it through stuff that you can't do with it. Well, this year we had a 15-year-old girl running it. She had no trouble at all because she works with it.
Not forcing
it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, I had a guy the same way, just all muscle, no brains. Well, good kid, but he was, and then it's like, you're fighting with it too much. Just dance with it,
Yeah.
So after a while, I said, don't hold it up, just let it hang, and move it and move with it and tell it where to move, almost just about like you're dancing. And finally he caught on to it, and it's much easier. But first instinct is to use your muscles, and you're coming here, and you're going there, right?
Yeah.
There's the answer to our beekeeping problem. Is somebody like Mark Miller. I would like to have his. I'd like to have his queens.
Well, you know, I did actually hook up with a guy he runs 1,500 hives. He's about 30 minutes from here, and he's down to like 800 or 900. So I'm gonna try to help him out some this year. You know, I'm just in it for a hobby. I drive a truck too, so I I don't want to get too much on me, but that does kind of help pay the bills, you know, for the bees and all. You know, I just don't want to get overloaded with it. I want to enjoy it. Uh, but you got to make a little money at it too, right? And maybe that'll help them out. So we'll see. I don't know how many splits he can do per week, but if he could only do say 100 a week, I can keep up with him. I think so. It's kind of playing a position like Ian's. You know, he's got a girl that does all of his inseminator rearing and queens for you. Basically, I'm just filling in that need. If I could find one or two more like that, I think this hobby could turn into something pretty decent. You know, I don't want to run queens all day because that is a job running queens, and I don't want to get any employees. Really, truly, I don't want to get much bigger than what I'm at right now. I just want to enjoy it. Throw some good queens out there. You know, that's what it's all about.
Question mark, or what kind of queens do you raise?
Well, now I can raise whatever he wants.
Well, the question is Italians specifically, is the question.
Yeah, he don't mind a little Italian mix in there, but they're not totally Italian now. You know, they've been mixed with what I've had in my yard for 15, 16 years. And I've picked them along too every year, you know, and brought some of Corey's stuff in here. Uh, I'm seeing a big difference in them now. It just takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. Now, granted, I'm only got 60 hives here in this yard, and that's pretty much my drone pool. Uh, but I really don't have nobody real close to have to worry about other than bees that are out there, you know. Uh, it seems to go pretty good, and if I get a good breeding season where I like to run about 30 of these boxes, that's 90 turnovers if that was 100%. If I can do that 3 times a year, I'm happy. That's enough mated queens. I don't want to do no more than that right now.
Are you selling along mostly mated queens or virgins as well?
I'm doing all of it, Brad. Yeah. More, you know, of course, a guy that big, he wants sales, you know. Yeah. So if I can do 100 sales a week for him, and that is a job when you got a job, you know, you got to make sure you got them builders going. Everything's got to be right to do it right. But he gets good sales, and I get a little check out of it. So
I had one of my friends help me out last year. Of course, you know, a lot of you know my story. He was inspired by Corey Stevens' presentation at our convention last year, and he started trying to sell virgin queens. And so he produced some virgin queens and caged them up. I went over and got them, and boy, they turned out really nice. They produced really well. They're, I think, pretty well all of them, I think, are still alive in the shed. And so, you know, I think that's a real viable business model, because really the mating of the queens, that's a huge overhead. That is a huge overhead. You know,
it is, Brad. My main goal there is just to supply locals.
Yeah,
I don't mind shipping a few to friends, but it's so expensive to ship queens now unless they buy a bunch of them. It's just not feasible to ship 3 or 4 queens. You know, it's very expensive. I checked
our local community here
overnight to North Carolina the other day was $230. You got to buy a lot of queens to overnight queens that for that amount. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. So DC's been watching the engine.
Before I answer
Saga.
that, I just wanted to ask you, Mark. He said something. He said something about you noticed the difference, but it took a while. What if you remember your train of thought when you said that? What difference did you notice, or what are
What
you talking about?
difference
Difference, yeah.
in the Queen you talking about, Elon?
I'm not sure. You said something about we're talking Italians. Then you started talking about Corey's Queens, and then you said you noticed a difference, but it took a while. What specifically were you talking about there?
Well, Ian, the main thing I was after is something that wouldn't eat me out of house and home. They were frugal. You know, of course, number one, they got to be gentle, but and then good brood patterns, um, and disease resistant. And I strived for that before I ever got Corey's. Then I brought Corey's in, and the bees that I had, they would shut down early, okay, and they would shrink over the winter, and they did real good. Corey's would seem to brood up, and they eat a lot, so I don't mind the brooding up, but I just don't want them to eat me out of house and home, right? But it moved toward that direction. What I've got now seems to be more frugal. They're mite resistant. Not It's not a silver bullet, don't get me wrong, but they are mite resistant and they're disease resistant now, to a point. Now, if I let them overload, I hadn't been that far down the road yet. I'm not treatment free. I still clean them up in the winter, but I'm gonna push them as far in the fall as I think I can go. And if I see it getting to the point, I'm gonna treat, but I try not to. My goal is to be treatment free, where uh, and not have to feed a whole lot. Of course, no more colonies than I got. I can time my flow out to where they've got enough honey, and I don't have to go feed. Now I've got a job, keep in mind. So the less I have to feed, there's less time for me. It's less cost. Yeah, it's less money and honey, but I'm not particularly after a whole lot of honey. I do 3,000 pounds a year. You know, that's just enough to make a little money. That's all that is. Buy boxes, whatever, jars, whatever I need, right? And try to speed the process up on honey. Like this year, I bought a new extractor. Um, so just speed it up. I'm not planning on getting huge, but get that part of it to where that will make that easier on me when that happens. I can still raise some queens toward the middle of the year and be able to get all that done too. It's a job. It's anybody that tells you beekeeping a job, they've never done it.
That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I find it very interesting talking to people that raise queens because it always seems it's we're after the same objective, of course, but these queens that we raise always tend to gravitate towards the beekeeper's management style and just the way they how they see the bees and what they want to see out of the bees, and it just every beekeeper that rears their own queen seems to have their very own unique set of traits that they're kind of manipulating, right? And I'm always curious and how a guy like you would sell to a guy like me, or take some of Carrie's queens and send them down, how they'd perform in our own operations, because we raise ours completely different than, and we're trying to achieve different things than what you're trying to achieve. So I'm going to send my queen down to you, and it just be terrible. These Stepler queens are terrible, or and vice versa, right? And it really interests me because you get these guys that produce mass quantities of queens, and they have to hit every single demographic of beekeeper, all types. And how do they raise these queens to make everybody happy all the time? It's really, we're in the bull breeding business, and so we see a lot of reflection from the customer, and we see a lot of characteristics that each individual customer wants. And as a breeder of stock, we will work with our clients, my brother specifically, and we will raise our stock to specifically suit their herd because they do something different than the other guys does there. But I don't see beekeepers doing that same thing. They just either do a very generalized or they do weekly the way they see the queens work for them and just hope it works for somebody else, right? So that the queens that you brought in from Corey, do you think that's so you're pulling the mite resistant trait from them, but you had some trade-offs there too that you're hoping to shed, right? Maybe they ate a little bit more, they brewed it up a little bit later. Do you see that the mite resistant traits that you acquired as being an advantage, an overall advantage?
Yes, Ian, I do. I see that they're more disease resistant for sure. I think the VSH goes along with disease resistance. It's all intertwined, and I don't know how, but it is. Like I could take a frame, and I may have told y'all this before, but I can take a frame with one of them high VSH colonies, and I can go to a colony over here that I haven't treated that's got sick brood in it, pull that frame out, go drop it in that frame with that high VSH line, and they will literally destroy the wax and the whole cone all the way down to the plastic foundation and haul it out the door. And they'll literally shine that plastic back up and rebuild on it. I've seen it happen several times. Now, the old wax, we used to use the old wax foundation. I've got a lot of cones. It's that old wax foundation. They'll tear that down to the wax, but they won't rebuild that. And I remember years ago, guys telling me that the VSH line that they had was too strong. Said they had too much VSH in them. So they tear the cone down and they wouldn't build back. I think that's why they wouldn't build back on that plastic, on that wax foundation. But this new plastic we have, they'll tear it down all the way to the plastic and rebuild on it. Well, number one, they're disease resistant, or they wouldn't be taking that old cone out. They're getting rid of that. They're cleaning house, instead of just trying to clean it up and build right back in it. They'll clean the whole thing.
But the trade-off on that would be they're disease resistant, so they live. But the trade-off would be they eat more and they cost you more, right?
No, this year I haven't fed it all, Ian, other than a couple of little small ones that I've got, and that was my fault. But I've not done anything. I've timed my flow out to where they've got honey. They've got a whole deep box of honey. So, and they haven't eaten it out yet. Now, if they start early, I'll have to watch them, but I think I'll be all right. So, wouldn't be no more than anybody else would put on them. Be about the same amount, if they pulled a lot more honey than I do. But, yeah, I can see that they're already getting frugal, Now I probably need to bring some more in and mix with what I've tested already to keep it going. It's not something that you can just let play and it's going to play out. You've got to stay on top of it. That's the trade out because it's forever changing. As Corey gets better, I want to get better, right?
Yeah.
Well, Corey's artificially inseminating. I'm not. I'm too old to even worry about getting into that right now. So only thing I can do is pick the queens. That's all I can do. So, it don't hurt to bring that extra in. If it ain't but just a few queens every year, just to have the drones find her. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's how our the bull customers. That's exactly the same. That's their line of thought. Let my brother spend the money in the bulls and the genetic lines, develop the brilliance in the stock. And why do they have to do that when Andre's doing it? All they have to do is come and buy that damn bull, right? And the same thing as we're doing. That's what I'm trying to do with my bees too, is just bring little bits and pieces in from the sides and then pick what I like from it and just kind of spinning up like a top. I
Right.
think it's
Don't
important
put,
though, 'cause I think where I was getting to the point where I was spinning too much internally, I wasn't bringing enough in on the sides just to keep replenishing the traits. And I think I started seeing a little bit of, you know, maybe not as thrifty as I wanted to in a couple of years in certain places until I started bringing the fresh traits in again and spun them back up. But when we bring the queens in, we won't breed them from right away. We'll put them and we'll test them and we'll score them for a year, 2 years. Carrie likes to score for 3 years, and then we'll find the good ones from that, and then we'll breed from those ones. So we're always looking for what we want. But it comes
Right.
with trade-offs, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just about managing those trade-offs.
That's right. So that's where I'll say, Ian, I've kind of found my little niche. If I can help supply these guys,
Yeah.
there you go. That's all I need for a hobby. You know, that'll keep me busy. Just you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Well, that's my favorite part is the queen rearing, and it's too bad I didn't do any of that last year. It was just a pretty busy year rebuilding, but hopefully this year I can get back to it. I really appreciate all the work you guys do. I can look in on what you're doing and learn for my own operation.
Well, I just try at it. That's all I know. If you get a good flow, you can make good queens. If you ain't got a good flow, you ain't gonna make very many good queens. That's been my experience. Of course, y'all have a big flow up that way. Our flow's
yeah,
up
it's a
and
little
down.
different.
Yeah, yeah.
My flow's pretty consistent. There's only 1 year I think that it was really terrible. I think that was 22. Ian, we had our collective. You and I had our Nozema issues in 22, right? Remember that was the year we got
2021 was a
three.
drought.
22, we got the
21.
3 Colorado lows in a row in April, and that was the season. I felt like it was my first year beekeeping.
My bad year was 23. Drought was 21. 22, we had the Colorado lows just hammered us. But
Yeah.
I climbed out of that one.
Well, I climbed out of it too, but April and May were tough because I know we kind of climbed out of that together. Wintered well, which was weird because you and I wintered well, almost nobody else did. And then 23, we had trouble. But I remember we had those Colorado lows in April, and then it was kind of like April was March weather, May was April weather, June was May weather, and July was July weather. So we never got that June weather. It went straight from the weather of May to the weather of July. And I remember that really messed up the flora around here. And my honey crop wasn't great, and I didn't know what in the world was going on. I didn't know if there was a flow, if the bees were bringing honey in, if they're not bringing honey in. It was so frustrating because I remember just standing in my apiary looking around trying to figure out what in the world is going on. I felt like it was my first year beekeeping, literally. It was so weird.
It was definitely the strangest year that I've seen since I've been doing it. And I've got a buddy he's 85-year-old and he's been keeping bees for 50 years, 60 years probably. He said it was the strangest year he had ever seen. Never seen a year like that.
Yeah, DC, that was the year of my big flood. That was the year I was flooded out of my apiary that I was using. I moved up the hill a bit.
But it's strange. The year that Ian had all the losses in the spring was probably our best winter we've ever had. We're on about the same plane as Ian. We manage similar. You know, what was the difference? I don't really know.
The off season is so fast. It's just like, boom. and then boom, it's over.
Yeah, you don't get another chance. You know, you
Right.
don't get another chance. You misstep, and it's kind of like, well, there's always next year. You know,
Mhm.
that's what it is. If you don't
That's
catch it,
what
then
got
it's
me.
gone.
Yeah, it was. I didn't. You only get one chance, and I screwed up because I think I had a nosema infection that I didn't appreciate. I remember talking to you, Brad, about it, and I was looking at my bees, and thinking that things are fine. And I think I was talking myself into thinking things are fine. If I would have just treated the damn stock at that time,
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
certain I would have climbed out of that misery a lot sooner, because it wasn't until I started treating for the disease later on in May, that's when I started seeing the improvement in my stock.
Yeah.
So
You and
I'm
I did that
certain
at the same time. Same result. It was as soon as I treated for that, the bees just sparked right up and away they went.
And that flow that you're talking about, Doug, I remember being so envious because you were having boxes of honey, and I'm like, damn it. You know, this is the clover year that, you know, it comes every once in a while and I'm missing it. But if it wasn't for that clover, I would have been like out, because it brought in nourishment and it helped me recover. You know,
Yeah, that was
turned
a good
around.
year. With all that
It was,
clover was the best.
yeah, that's the worst honey crop I've had. Yeah, I don't want to think about that year anymore. Last year was good. The year before that was good, but that was the last. That I'm still looking at my final payment from the co-op, and it's not as big as I want it to be because I just didn't have the honey volume in, right?
Yeah.
Well, this year, or well, last year, I thought was going to be our best. April was kind of wet. The canola seeding was spread out, so it looked like, you know, we're going to have a canola crop that flowers for several months. Then we hit June, and just about every day it rained. There was hardly any flying time for the bees. Canola come out in bloom early July for about 1 week, and then the heat just took the canola crop off where we were. So
Yeah.
the fewest flying days our bees ever had, really.
Yeah, our season, the first part of it was just rain, 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 rain. And the odd thing is, I put splits out there and tried to raise queens and did great. I don't know if there was just a few good days there and they went out and got mated, but then it rained, rained, rained. After about the second try, well, third probably, about the third try, after I done dropped queens in the third time, I don't know what happened. It's just like the light switch. You couldn't hardly get nothing bred. Like, what is going on here? And, you know, mostly our tulip poplar is a big flow here. I've got a lot of tulip poplar. And you can tell when that flow is on because they just fill up everything so fast. And even them nukes, they'll fill it up. I think that has a lot to do with the queens not getting mated. They were just filling up so fast, and I was on my third turn. So I need to start breaking them down a little more. Problem is I'm having is all them old bees coming back. You done 3 turnarounds, you got all them old bees coming back, right? Seems like my success rate goes downhill. How do I fix that problem? That I don't know what to do there. It's you can't very well move them. I guess you could leave all them old bees to find somewhere else to go.
Yeah, you could just move them. That'd be the easy way, just to move them away.
Say that again, Mark. I kind of I was distracted.
I was saying about my third turnaround, Brad. Okay, of dropping queens in, and I go around and pick them. But about that third go around, I have so much trouble with the old bees being in the box, and not seems like I don't get as good of a rate of comeback. I don't know why that is, other than it's old bees in there.
Yeah, that's what Ian said, and I've never had to do it in that context, but I know when I do my queen rearing, when I set up my cell starter, I'll do that. I'll set it up, stock it with young bees, of course, the whole process, and run it for a while. I don't know, 3 weeks or so. Then I'll just pick it up and move it 20 feet. right? And I'll go and get a nuke that maybe needs a little help, and I'll put it back where the builder was, so that I've just extracted all of the flyers out of that hive, right? So now I can
You're
get a
just
better
regenerating
visual.
that builder. Is what you're doing.
Well, I can get a
Regenerate.
better visual of what my young bee population looks like, right? The next day, because then I can see the depopulation, and I can see, well, we need more young bees. I can shake more in. I can get more sealed brood, all that sort of thing. So just something as simple as moving a hive can really work for you sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Well, you know, these small ones, you don't want them to build. You're constantly trying to not. I want them to let the queens lay a while, right? I don't want them just go in there as soon as they lay eggs and snatch them out. I want to see what I got, see what's going on. I'm not in a hurry to sell it. I don't care whether I sell it or not, you know. So it may be something I want, but at the same time, I don't want these to build out, you know. So you're constantly pulling large frames of brood out and dropping fresh cone in, let them build, give them something to do, slow them down, you know, basically. And I guess moving is going to be part of the picture. I didn't really want to move all of them if I can help it.
You need pallets and a tractor, man.
I got that, but you know, still,
I hear you. I hear you.
I can run 3 of these boxes on one pallet.
Yeah,
no problem, and still get good success out of it. 2 is better. That way, if I ever have to break it down, I got 2 and 2. Just leave them sitting right where they're at and put them in boxes.
Yeah, my usual problem is not that. It's you know, once I get a few rounds of queens in, then we drop an honey flow, and that just makes everything harder because they're always wanting to plug that thing out. You have to go around, pull out honey frames, and it's just a boatload of work after that. I don't want to complain, but honey flow and queen rearing is. But then again, they do really well in a flow, raising queens and mating. And I mean, my mating success in July is scrapes 100% easy. You know, it's not very often that one of my mating nukes has a miss in July. They're just incredibly high rate of success. But you want to watch them because they'll plug them right out in a little 4-frame nuke. They'll plug that thing right out
in no time.
No time. No time for sure.
I don't, you know, my yard, as far as that goes, I'll raise my nukes and just pull them through the winter, and that'll be my production colonies for next year. Now I'll have to requeen some, you know, it's just part of it, but for the most part, I leave them be. Just leave them be. And here they won't, you know, they want these bees they want them to requeen themselves. You know, everything seems to go along good. If their timing's right, they requeen themselves, they can still get a good honey crop too. So they had just seen that being the genetics too, but and I had some of that early on. I don't know how well it's carried through. I don't usually let them requeen themselves much anymore.
I think the one advantage we have, if we could get good grower resistant queens, like our yards are fairly isolated, we can probably control, you know, what comes into our mating programs and stuff. And we don't have to worry about, you know, 100 neighbors with bees.
Right.
I called in because I had a general question for you guys. This year, I requeened 100% of my colonies, and I had a tremendous failure across the board with my queens. It just the weather didn't come out right. I had two weeks of straight rain after they mated, and I had low drone pull, so the queens started failing left and right. 40% or 50% of my queens failed within the first 2 months, and I can either wait until later in the like June, like what Brad was just saying, and try to requeen in June and have a larger drone pool and maybe have a lot more success going that direction. Or my other question would be is, does it make sense? Like Ian, you've brought in a lot of queens from other places. Does it make more sense to bring in queens rather than try to, even though, you know, creating them is not a problem. It's, I mean, I have no problem creating them. It's maybe not quality ones, but my question is, like, everybody always talks about getting something stock that's native to your area or whatever, but I don't know. I just figured I'd ask you guys what you thought about, you know, do you bring in multiple queens from different areas, try that out? I mean, what have you done in the past that you had the most success with?
Yeah, I'm not afraid to bring in new stock in. How much do you want to spend? I guess that's the question.
Well, I mean, I don't mind. If I bring them in, I can, you know, I can replicate those and create my own. But I just don't know if it's worth what the benefit is here, you know, because I'm also seeing with my local stock, my honey production is much lower than what I feel like a lot of other people are getting in the area. That's another thing that makes me want to bring in some outside stock, because I don't feel my queen or my colonies are producing as much as the neighboring colonies. But that might be, I may have too many colonies in one area too. Maybe I'm oversaturating my colonies.
Robert,
You can't compare with us because we can't get our early queens when we need them.
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
why we buy queens.
have that option. Robert, I'm not going to answer your question directly, but have you watched the video on Bob Binney's channel that a conversation he had with Keith Delaplane?
I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of his stuff, but I'm not sure if I've seen that one.
Search his channel for Keith Delaplane. Delaplane is spelled pretty well the way it sounds, and Keith talks about. Keith is really, really smart, and he's a very accomplished researcher. And he talks about fitness, and he talks about polyandry is the word. You can probably search Bob's channel for polyandry, and basically what it comes down to is he really, really speaks highly of just simply variety. Now I know we're all taught if you're going to raise queens, you have to start with selection. Select for gentleness, select for honey production, select for varroa resistance, select for this and select for that. And I'm not saying that that's wrong at all, but that's not nature. Well, it is nature, but it's not nature. Nature abhors a vacuum, and where there's a vacuum, nature will fill it. And what Keith talks about in his description of this is basically, and what I took from it anyway, is that there is nothing better than variety, and lots of it. And nature will make the best of what they have. So that's not to answer your question directly, but I thought that was a really good discussion that they had that relates to what you're asking. Okay.
Yeah, because I noticed like Ian kind of has that same thing. You've brought in queens from all over over the years, you've brought in queens from different regions. I mean, some of that was timing and other things, but you also have a fairly robust selection of queens from different areas.
Yeah, I'm tapping into a number of breeding programs because I see them doing different things. I was trying to say this earlier, but they're all doing their own little thing, and I want a piece of that thing, and I want it into my operation. But bringing that piece of thing into the operation, then you're also bringing baggage, right? So what I try to do is when we're bringing these queens in, you want to assess to see what you're bringing in, because you want that thing that they're doing in your queens, but you want to keep out all the rest. So we wait 1 year, 2 years, even Carrie goes on to 3 years of assessing these queens to see how they perform. And then out of let's say the 50 we buy from this one beekeeper, maybe we pick one queen that does what we want, that has that thing, but it has less of the baggage with her. Does that make any sense? So then I'm taking like from Oliveira's has Randy Oliver queens and bringing some of his in, and I have some breeders out in BC. It really excites me, so I go and bring those little things in, and then I like Kona queens, and you know, I bring in Mark Miller queens too. If that's, I'm trying to get Corey Stevens queens up here, but I'm going to bring them in. But when you bring them in, my suggestion is to watch them to see what they're doing, and then pick the things that you like from them, and breed from those ones, right? And then I think, kind of like Mark was saying earlier, it takes a little while. Then you start, these bees start making you happy, and they start performing. They start making, doing things that you want them to do, and that's when it gets really exciting. But I wouldn't stop once you see it start to thrive. I wouldn't stop bringing the stuff in. Just keep adding to it, right? Kind of like we're selling bulls or buyers there, because they want those pieces. It adds to the breeding program.
Variety can get you in trouble too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm living proof of that, right? Variety got me in trouble several times, but yeah, it can get you in trouble too sometimes when you bring something in and you don't know what it is, right?
But that's where the assessment comes, right, Mark?
Then you're going backwards, right? Exactly.
What I've done over the last several years, like originally I had a lot of hot colonies, so I've been selectively breeding with the colonies that my best colonies every year. And I've been doing it. It's only been 7 years, but I have had the same group of queens basically, or colonies, for 7 years now, and I've just been I haven't requeened every colony every year like I did this year. In the past, I was doing like every other year, and I was just constantly just picking from my favorite colonies. And I've gotten rid of all the hot colonies. My bees have become pretty gentle. However, their honey production, and it might just been this year, their honey production is just way down. Like this year, I got 50% of the honey I did the previous year. And I understand the environment has a lot to do with that. It's just, I kind of feel like I'm selectively breeding to less honey. I don't know. So
there's a lot of factors plays into that, Robert. A lot of factors. There's no one really.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people they had less in my area. They've had less honey this year, so that didn't completely surprise me. But I think my biggest issue out of everything is I have an oversaturation problem, because I'm running 24 colonies and 24 to 30 colonies in each yard. And I think that needs to drop down. Just some of the other guys in the area, they're only running 8 in a yard. So I think that's one of the things I'm going to go to this year, is just try to break them down to maybe a dozen per yard. So
you have to play with what your area is conducive to, and you got to learn that. And it takes time. It's anywhere you go. Anywhere I set bees,
Absolutely.
I've got to set them there. I've got to see what the year plays out and how that yard flows, and I won't really know that yard until 2 years down the road, really how to play my cards, and then they throw me a curve.
Yeah,
it's not going to be the same year to year either.
Yeah, right.
The biggest thing, like last 2 years, I've had one particular where I have 24 colonies. They've been my honey crop each year, because the particular beans that they're planting on these fields, there's like 600 acres of beans or 800 acres of beans, and they're producing all my honey in like 2 weeks. It's kind of like the canola thing. But I have, this year I had 85 colonies, and my other colonies were on another 600 or 800 acres of beans, and they didn't produce a drop from it, not a single drop. So
that could be the kind of seed that they're planting too.
It is.
You've got a purple flower and a white flower, a pink flower. It's more pink than purple.
Yeah,
anyway. I don't know about where you're at.
I thought that made a difference, but this year, like the 2 of them bloomed. The one that produced bloomed the same exact flower as the other one, and it didn't produce. So I don't understand the rhyme or reason behind it, but once again, though, I do understand like just those beans alone, and because of soil rotation, those beans won't be there this year. So all my crop has come from these 24 colonies the last 2 years. So they're not going to have those beans there this year. So this year's going to be corn. So I don't know what I'm going to do as far as, like I said, if I don't diversify and start, setting like 12 out per location or something like that. It's just, it creates a lot more driving. That's all. But once again, I think the queens make from what I can tell, must be making a big difference as well. Because like I said, I think I've kind of created a gentle bee, but not a very, productive bee.
You got a bunch of lazy bees. They're too
Yeah.
lazy
Bring
to
some
even
good
come
stock
after you.
in there.
Well, this year I've had to feed more than I've ever had to feed, and it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on. That I have 24 colonies that were on, like I said, they were like, I don't know, 600 or 800 acres of beans, and there were two different farmers butted up to each other, and they were using two different types of beans because the beans it literally splits right down the middle between there's a driveway, a lane that goes back to my bees. On one side of the lane, they used one type of seed, and on the other, because they had one type of flower, and on the other side of the lane, they used a different seed because it was a different flower. And neither one of those did they get anything from. And then I planted 4 acres of the buckwheat. They didn't get a drop of buckwheat. I don't understand if they're just hand to mouth or if they're just not really hard. I don't understand what's going on. I like I said, I know there's was 30 colonies there, so maybe they're just fighting for every drop. I don't know. So I just got to get better. But anyway, I'm just curious about the queens. That's kind of why I jumped in.
Sometimes less hives is more. Go ahead,
Pretty
Ian.
tough living pulling honey on beans.
Yeah.
Pretty slim picking.
Yeah, I don't get any bean nectar except down in the Delta where the soil is just so rich. I mean, it's just beautiful down there. They get 300 bushels of corn an acre,
Yeah.
It's just so much different from here where I'm at now, and I'll get a little bit down there, but here no.
Yeah, the guy's growing 80 bushel crop of beans. It must be a different type of bean than the shorter season variety we have up here. Because if your bees are flying into a bean field, that means they're pretty hungry and they're looking and they're not getting anything else.
Yep.
Even buckwheat. Buckwheat's a tough crop. You mentioned, Robert. I've learned never to move to a buckwheat field because you could just completely waste your time. And the nutrition they get off buckwheat is terrible. The nectar's no good. The it's almost like the pollen's is lacking everything. The bees will just do terrible. If you do get a flow, there's people like buckwheat honey, but I wouldn't get too excited over buckwheat either.
Well, I planted it. The farmer he tilled it in for me. He seeded it and tilled it in, and it was a beautiful crop, but they got nothing from it. Not a single frame out of 30 colonies.
You said buckwheat grow clover or something like that.
So maybe that's what I'll try this year is just put like a sweet clover.
Alfalfa, a good one.
You're not going to get a lot of honey off of 11 acres either.
No.
Of anything.
No, I've got probably 35, 40 acres of new growth poplar, about like that. And they're thick. I mean, thick. Yeah, I get a lot of poplar honey out of it, but it's here and it's gone. When it's gone, it's gone. There's nothing else really. Like what they get. Like you said, plant you some sweet clover. That's good honey.
The thing about that buckwheat, and it goes for a lot of nectar sources too in our part of the world. Boy, you don't want that stuff in your hive over the winter. That is not good winter feed. at all
Yeah.
for our area for sure, because they're inside for months. They don't cleanse. So that stuff is way too dark to be living on for the winter.
Got a lot of
Well,
minerals in it.
Here they fly. For example, like this next 2 weeks, it's going to be below freezing. I mean, it's our high is like 26 for the next 2 weeks.
How do
Our
you
lows
do
are
it?
going to be in the teens or the single digits. But last week we had 3 days in the 56 degrees. So they were cleansing last week.
Yeah.
Actually, last 3 days they were cleansing.
And that's
So-
that's another lesson too about how you want to take beekeeping lessons from somebody that's in a very different climate than yourself. Well, there can be some pretty big meanings there. The buckwheat honey in the colony in the hive maybe isn't a problem for Robert. Well, it's a death sentence for me, right?
I don't know if how they would do on it. We don't really have much buckwheat around here. It was just suggested to me that it had, when I went online and did a bunch of research, buckwheat was the number one recommended crops for honeybees. Now I don't know why, but that's what I kept finding. So
Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty. The nutrition is not there. Typically, when I'm pulling buckwheat in, they're mixing it off with something else. There's another flower coming in at the same time, so if they can mix it in with something else, then they're utilizing it. But it's a pretty tough crop.
what about
Boy, it stinks too. I hate when that stuff comes in the honey house. It just, the whole honey house reeks. Where the bear shit the buckwheat field is just terrible. My kids, the first time they experienced buckwheat honey this year, we had a guy that had trouble growing the crop, and so we put a late field of buckwheat in. It was 200 acres, pretty good field, and it looked good. That poor guy, like 200 acres, just a masterful crop. I pulled honey on it, just ready to harvest. And then we had this big wind, and it knocked it all on the ground. He got like 5 bushels an acre on it, hardly enough to combine.
Wow.
That sound like my sweet corn. And I spent the time, I grew the whole garden full of sweet corn this year, right? And just about the time it was ready to go out there and pick, it come a storm and blowed every bit of it down on the ground. So I'm down here on my hands and knees trying to get my corn.
Have you ever had sandpoint around you, Ian?
Yeah, and I can't tell you how much honey comes off it or not. It's in the ditches, but they do collect off it.
Yeah, we had a fellow that grew it for seed. He wanted bees there for pollination. They did pretty good on it.
You know what?
That's how you tell. That's exactly how you tell, Robert, if they're doing well or not well on the crop coming in. If you look down in the brood nest, if they're thriving, you can tell the nest is thriving. Then you know the crop is good, or you know the incoming nectar is good. But when they're struggling, you'll like probably on beans, those nests were struggling. I bet you.
All of them were struggling. Yeah, every one of those 30 were struggling. Even I had all that buckwheat, all the beans, all that, and they were dwindling. But I also had the queen problem. Like I said, I lost over 50%, probably 50% of my hives this year on queen failures. Which is my fault. That's on me. I did a piss poor job of creating queens this year, and I thought I did a good job. It looked good in the beginning, but I didn't realize how fast a colony or a queen that's not properly mated, how quickly she will fall. I thought they would still fire for a year, or maybe not go 2 or 3, but they still fire for a year. No, they'll fire for about a month, and then they just stop firing. And then you start seeing a lot of misfiring too, right off the bat. It's crazy. I never would have guessed that, because I thought once they were mated, they're mated, right? So everything's good, but that's just not the case. I mean, just because they were mated doesn't mean that they were mated properly. And it was crazy. Every month I'd go out and I'd see, you could just see the failure, right? One after another. You go down the row and they were dwindling. And it was sad to see, because it was like, it was on me. And by the time I was able to requeen a lot of those colonies, they were down to nothing. So I brought in, in the fall, I just combined them. I just smashed that queen and just combined them, because it wasn't worth it. There was not enough bees left in the colony to do anything with. they would never have made it to winter. So at one point I was up to 85 and I was down to like 65. And then right before winter, I combined probably down to about 40, just because there wasn't no point in trying to take them through the winter. They weren't going to make it. So it was pretty sad to see, but that's on the beekeeper. So I take responsibility for that. But that's why I was saying, like, I'm really debating whether I need to bring some new genetics in, because I just don't feel my genetics I finally got them calmed down, which is great. This year I was working them without a veil part of the year, which I've never been. Like, my bees historically have been Velcro bees. You open up the lid and they're covering your mask, kind of a thing. I mean, every time I'd harvest, I'd get stung at least 100 times. I mean, that's not an exaggeration, through a bee suit. Everybody talks so well about bee suits, like if you're wearing a bee suit, but the reality is that's just a suggestion. If they want to get into that, or they want to get you, they'll get you through that bee suit. They just got to try hard. And when you got, like I said, Velcro bees, man, it doesn't take long. But I finally got away from that, where this year I was finally working them without a veil, and I was pretty happy. But then, like I said, it just all fell apart. James, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. You guys?
Doing good here,
You're not in
James.
Kentucky.
So, but I'm trying to stay warm. I'm in front of the fireplace here.
Oh, that's nice.
So, yeah, it's hard to beat it, especially on a cold night like what is it, minus 28 out there before the wind, and the wind's supposed to pick up tonight. So I think they said we're heading to minus 34 or minus 36 or something like that. So winter's upon us.
Yeah. Yeah. So you didn't want to head down to Kentucky this year?
No, not this year. Too close to New Year's and everything.
Yeah,
And,
I found the same.
Yeah, just it's hard to get away with the holiday season. And Leah and I are we're heading back down south onto the boat here for most of the month of February. So we're gonna go float on that liquid death, Ian.
Oh, it just sends shivers down my spine.
Oh, it. Well, I mean, I was looking for something to do on the off season. So as I move a little bit closer to retirement, work my bees here in the summertime, and float on a boat in the Caribbean in the winter. It sounds
Wow.
pretty good to me.
Yeah.
So, but
Go for
no, I
it.
haven't
You're
been on
getting
here for a bit. I figured I better
You're
pop
getting a
in.
typical winter up there this year.
We are actually. We've I don't know. I probably got snow drifts 5-6 feet high in the front yard. Backyard is pretty much the same. I mean, over the fences and stuff there. So hopefully it continues to be a typical year. So we really could use a good old fashioned proper Alberta summer here. Hopefully everything won't burn up or flood out.
We filled up with snow. All the deer in the country have moved into town here.
Oh, there's that much snow, eh?
Yeah.
That's always hard on the wildlife. The last few years, like this past hunting season, there was game everywhere. But I mean, we had no snow last year, right? So it was really, really, really easy for them. This year's going to be a different year. You can see some of the moose out there, lots of ticks on them. They're battling that. They get overpopulated, and that's kind of what ends up happening, right? So lots of deer. We have deer all the time running through town here. Where I live in Grand Prairie is kind of right beside Muskasippi Creek. So literally the end of the block is all park, and then it goes down into the creek. So they're always up here. If you got apples in the back alley or anything like that, they're all over that stuff. But but no, it's everybody else is complaining about all the snow and the cold, and I'm sitting here happy thinking maybe we'll finally get a good typical summer. We have the moisture now, so if we got no more snow, we'd have the moisture to kick off now a pretty good spring.
Yeah.
We have about a foot snowpack over the fields. It's drifting, but it's. I had to walk across the field yesterday, and I was tired after it because I had to raise my boots up. So it's a good foot. Good foot.
That's hard walking through that stuff. It's just it's packed enough not to hold your weight, but too much, to walk on top. So you're always falling through and fall
Yeah.
through, and yeah, it's annoying.
We had that big dump of snow. I think Brad missed it, but it was light, fluffy stuff. I was thinking to myself, boy, if we get any type of wind, it's going to pick it up. Like we had mild weather after, and then it rained and put a bit of a crust up on top, so it's held it in the field nice. So it's going to go. We're going to have it. Yeah.
It's going to sink in. Well,
Yeah.
and the same thing like in the fall here. So we ended up with, I'm going to say we probably got 6 or 8 inches of snow, and then the warm weather came in, and it didn't run off. The ground hadn't froze yet, so that went into the ground.
Yeah.
And then and then it kind of turned cold, and we've got all this snow. So as long as the ground's not froze too hard, which I don't think it is,
No.
I think I'm hoping we're going to have a really good summer this year. So I could sure use one.
Yeah.
So
We got about 2.5, 3 feet of snow on the level here.
okay. So, but you guys usually get more than that, do you not? But I think you guys usually get it sometime after the new year, right?
February, March is when we get our snow.
Got her. Yeah, we usually the end of January January and February is usually our coldest months up here, which is exactly why we're heading south. But Alan's got the heater and everything in the bee barn there, just tickety boo. He's got it right bang on 4 degrees there, so that's working good, and we're still sweeping bees up, so that's good news too. So I don't panic quite so much, kind of like I did the first couple of years. This guy and that guy way over there, I'd keep giving him a hard time. It's like, geez, am I going to have any bees left? And I think Brad said, no, that's pretty much normal. And I think, what did you say, Ian? You'll find out in the spring.
No, that's what I told you. You were asking me. You were asking me what's the normal amount of bee drop, and I said, well, that's easy. I said if the bees are alive in the spring, that's normal.
That's right.
If they're not alive, then that's probably too much. You said, gee, thanks.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what do you do? I mean, as you learn, right? This learning curve is always pretty darn steep, but learned lots last year too. So every year, I mean, always learning, right? So
yeah, my bee drop is I'd say typical. There's no, you can tell there's places in the shed where they're big colonies and they're kicking out more, but there's nothing. They're not all just falling on the floor on me. So I think things are coming along quite nicely.
Perfect. Well, I know I had low bee volumes in the fall in some of these, so we were putting them away. Some of them were fairly light. So I am expecting to have higher than normal losses in the bee shed this year, but we'll rebuild.
I did miss 3 yards, and I do notice those colonies are a lot smaller. I'm not sure how they're going to make out. Just the veromites, I wasn't able to knock them down quick enough, so I think the mites hit them. But the rest, I was able to, from what I can tell, get the mites down in time. So if I only lose those 3 yards, then it's still not good, but it's better than the whole shed. I'm hearing a lot of bad things across Western Canada right now.
Just a high mortality rate.
Yeah, the guys complaining about small clusters. Guys not even getting bees into the shed, even.
Yeah,
because they died in the fall.
We had
lots of bookings going on. Lots of guys looking to buy bees already. It's not. It doesn't sound very good.
No,
were they pushing them bees hard, Ian, to try to get more honey out or later?
There's probably a reflection of that because not that they're pushing them too hard. It's just it was a very tough season for honey production, kind of like what Doug was mentioning there. We had some unfortunate weather come through, and it was actually one of the lower honey production yields in Manitoba than I can remember. It's since I started paying attention anyway. So it was a very bad production year in Manitoba, and that probably had something to do with it. But at the same time, the whole mite dynamic, the whole mite dynamic in the summer. And I think when the populations were adjusting to the flow Yeah, I think the mites sometimes they get an upper hand at certain times and it just overwhelms them earlier than the beekeepers were aware of. And I think that come to play also.
Ian, can you treat OA in the barn?
Oh, I tried. Yeah, I tried. It works. It definitely does, but it's hard on the health, I think. So I've kind of stepped back from that.
Hard on the bees?
Hard on your health, you mean?
Yeah.
Hard on the beekeeper.
The beekeeper. Yeah. I was suited up. I was talking about this earlier. Suited up, but it hurt right here. So I was getting it anyways. Like I had a hazmat suit on and the respirator, but I was still, the exposure was still there. It's just too much.
Yeah, you'd be better off if you were going to do that, probably with supplied air. Eh?
Yeah, it'd have to be something like that. That's
So,
just.
Yeah. That's what we're setting up in ours now is a supplied air system. So
into your shed.
Well, you don't need you don't need any pressure. So even just a compressor outside to feed the hose, right?
Get the pump.
You know, just to keep that fresh air supply in there. So, you know, that's making a difference too. So I think we
use a positive pressure mask.
Well, that's basically what we're end up doing, right? So, but it's called a supply air instead of you know, self-contained, basically. But so I think
I'm going away from that. I'm not going to do it. I don't know. Let me know how it works out, though.
Yeah, well, I don't use it for the oxalic acid, right? So, so.
Do you think that using OA on a weak colony does that have any detrimental effect to the bees at all? Or do you think that you're better off trying to kill any of those mites that are left on that small colony rather than the treatment itself, worrying about the treatment?
Any mites is bad in a winter situation. Those mites, they suck the life out of the bees. They suck the fats and the proteins, and that's what the bees need to be able to live such long periods. And as soon as those mites remove that from the bee, this has just been found out recently, actually, just explaining this whole dynamic. But as soon as those mites rob, I call it like the eternal life of the bee, those bees are dead. You got to get those mites off at all.
So you think that even on those weak colonies, if you have a weak colony, you're better off treating them right now rather than waiting until spring.
They'll be dead. Yeah, they'll be dead.
They won't wait.
For us up here, if the mites are in there right now, that colony's done.
Yeah. Mites are very unforgiving. There's a lot of other dynamics going on at the same time, but it's weak for another reason too, right, Robert? It could be the mites, but it could be the queen. You know,
I think
it's too late right now, anyways.
Yeah, I think the fresh queens for me is maybe something that managed to help me get through kind of where we're at. So I encountered kind of what Ian was talking about. We had multiple very short flows here around Grand Prairie this year. So we would get a little bit of rain. We'd get a flow for 3, 4, 5 days, and then it would bake it. So the bees would just start to ramp up, and then you could see it in the colony. You could see them there just start to ramp up, and then they would shut down, and the queen would start, dropping there again. And the brood, you'd literally watch the brood pattern up and down, up and down. And I never ever had populations in my hive like I would expect to have seen. They just never built up. And so then we'd go into a dearth for 2 weeks until we got another little bit of a rain, and then they would start to ramp up and then into a dearth. So as far as honey production, they pretty much, I still got some honey, don't get me wrong, but they were using it almost as fast as they could bring it in over that dearth period. So you didn't want to take it away from them. And we were just lucky right at the end of the year. Our best honey flow, believe it or not, was when we removed all the supers and we started feeding. We got some rain and everything just popped. Now, as far as the flowers and stuff out there, it was very, very short now because our days were getting shorter, and the heat during the day, although it was there, it got cold at nights. So we just a horrible situation. And I think most people know, I think I lost probably 50% of our hives before I even put them into the barn this year. So it's going to be an interesting year. For us starting out of here, I'm going to have to get right on it. We're going to have to get grafting. We're going to have to get going. And, I'm not going to have any choice but to split my bees as best I can, as fast as I can. But that's a trick too, because you need that population in order to keep them going. So I am not a fan of weak splits, and I think I've proven in a lot of my videos and in a lot of the discussion, you'll get more bees if you split strong bees than you will get hives if you split weak ones. So, it's going to be an interesting year.
James, I got a quick one for you. I was watching Bug Farmer or something like that, and he has those heated hives.
Yeah,
and he mentioned you specifically that you had those heated hives. What were you doing with them?
So that's exactly what I used to start beekeeping up here. Now, they were great for a hobbyist. You just can't do it on a large scale. So now, having said that, I still have my breeder queens in those hives, and the reason I have them in those hives is I can control the temperature, so I can turn that hive temperature up early, get that population going, and then I can graft from her as soon as I get the opportunity. So as soon as I start to see drone brood and stuff popping out, I can graft right away. So I can, using those things, you can manipulate the hive to get them building up a little bit earlier. Of course, there's all the other dynamics that come in with it, proper pollen, proper water, things like that. But they really do. It's a handy tool. Let's put it that way.
I got a question.
To do that on a large scale, you just can't.
I got a question with all y'all Canadians, and y'all would probably know this because I don't. That you were talking about, James, like your honey flow or your nectar flow would stop, and you can see the brood changes in the brood, correct? Okay, so that is a trait in itself, kind of down here, the way I look at that. It's a good thing to have. Do you find that the bees that cut off like that, are they more frugal? Because I know y'all are looking for frugalness up there. Okay, do you find the frugal bees are more prone to cut off on a nectar flow?
Well, I really can't speak to that. This is the first year I've had that problem, right? This is the first year I've seen it. So normally I haven't seen that before. Usually my bees build up, and I've spent the last probably 5-6 years trying to select the genetics so that they build up quickly. Those queens lay corner to corner. They go great guns. So this year, I'll be honest, there was a lot of stuff that made me do this an awful lot this year because I really didn't understand what was going on, to be completely honest with you. I saw what was going on out there, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together until it was too late. So it was a learning curve for me this year.
What I'm trying to say is, I guess I don't know how to put it. Sometimes some bees will cut off when there's no nectar flow. They'll just quit laying. Some bees won't. Some bees will just keep blowing right along, and until they run out of food, literally.
Oh yes.
Does them two traits go along hand in hand? Bees that cut off with that nectar flow, are them the frugal type bees that y'all are looking for to overwinter? Does that go along with them? Do they cut off in a nectar flow?
I'm not sure. Like my bees didn't cut off. She slowed right down. So I mean, I still had brood in there, but it was significantly less than what I would have liked to see or what I typically saw. So it's not like she just stopped laying. Now when I originally saw this, I'll be honest, when I originally saw this in the spring and saw what was happening, I thought it was related to the pollen. There's no nectar, there was dry, nothing was blooming, the pollen wasn't there. I just tagged as if, they didn't have the pollen that they needed, because you would see honey in the hive, so you would see that nectar in there, but you didn't see a whole bunch of pollen, like, Normally you'd see them storing the pollen in amongst there, and that wasn't there either. So I think it may have been kind of a contributing factor. No moisture, no nectar, no pollen, and everything just kind of went in there. Now, the other good thing that I learned is these hot, dry weather patterns seem to be perfect for hatching mites. It's bad for the bees, but it seemed to be perfect for the mites. And
Same thing with the high beetles.
I did a lot of
Same
testing, and I got to do more testing because I would just do some random samples. And what I didn't realize is I have a couple different, and I haven't put my finger on it. And I'm working kind of, Brad had mentioned that. So I've got a couple different queens, and I've started watching, and I'm going to track even closer my genetics in the queens this year. Because I'd go in and, I usually try to put 40 hives at an apiary. And I'd go in and I'd test, 4 or 5 hives. And if the mite count was as such, that I'd just move on. And then I'd go to the next one and I would test 4 or 5 hives. And one out of those 4 or 5 hives, or 2 out of those 4 or 5 hives, the mite count was through the roof. And I couldn't understand why, one hive right next, actually on the same pallet, one side would be through the roof and the other one, was a, 1 or 2%. And then the other one would be like 8 or 9%, or in some cases it was even higher than that. And I didn't understand what was going on. And I'm kind of thinking I've got a line of genetics there that might just be a little bit more hygienic, but I can't prove that because I didn't keep that data that closely. So I have to watch a little bit closer on those. But anyways, what ended up happening in the fall, because I was losing so many bees, I couldn't understand what was going on. So I took a bunch of samples and I sent them in, and he would come back. My virus count was absolutely through the roof, and I couldn't understand what was going on. And then as we looked a little bit closer, some of these hives that we would take a look at, you'd pull it out, and I mean, now you could see the hive beetles, and I knew I was done. So that is 100% on us. But
did you just say you had hive beetles?
Or not hive beetles? Sorry, mites. So
okay.
you can see the.
I was like, wait a second.
No, you can see the mites on the bees, and that's where I knew I was done. So but by that time it was too late for me. We basically we went into hyper mode, and we dug everything out. We threw everything we could at them, but it was too late. The beekeeper buggered up.
Yeah.
Right?
We're a little different than these guys. Mark, we winter ours outside, so we like to keep our bees laying late into the fall if we can, to keep as many winter bees going as possible. We'll feed light syrup earlier on in the fall just to stimulate them, to keep them laying. We'll have 2 boxes of bees when we go into winter. If those boxes are full of honey, I've never ever seen where those bees have used a complete box of honey in the winter. There's always frames left.
Usually the outside frames, probably, Doug?
Yeah.
So I noticed when I used to keep bees outside, the 2 outside frames hardly were ever touched.
Yeah.
It's usually late or early spring where you really got to watch, right, Doug?
Well,
early spring.
Not us so much, because we've got 2 boxes of honey there, right?
Right. Carry them through.
Where I've tried wintering singles, then you have to really watch. You got to be on the feed late in the fall, and you've got to be early in the spring.
Interesting enough, some of our hives that are doing really, really well in there are those mini mating nukes, believe it or not. So, I was watching Ian's video there. Popping lids were kind of like Christmas presents, checking Christmas presents. So they were sitting on top, and it's like, geez, that's a great idea. So you head out there, but yeah, some of those little boxes are doing really well right now. So I'm just hoping they make it through here, because that might be a big help for me here in the spring.
Them little boxes don't work here. They just seem to blow out of them quick. They lay up fast. It's just like if you can't stay on top of them little boxes, they're worthless.
Yeah, I see.
You
I was
pretty
taking,
much
I was pulling the queens out of them though, pretty darn quick. You know,
right, right.
the queen, once I knew that she was laying in there and everything was going, I was pulling them out and dropping them into either into replacing them, which I think was a good thing.
Yeah.
Or selling them. I think I ended up selling. I don't even know. A few hundred queens this year too, so that was a good thing. So to the point where I'm actually contemplating hitting the woodshed here before spring, and I might even make up another couple hundred of those.
I just never did go to them, James, just because it's a different size frame and it's something else to have to fool with. It's more to the game, basically.
Well, it is, but I'm looking at this, and this was don't get me wrong, this past year was a complete experiment for me, right? But for every pallet I've got in the barn, where normally I have 2 queens, right? I've got 8. And if I can get those 8 queens through the winter, that is huge for me here coming in the spring, right? So in the same area, same location, 8 queens instead of 2, that could be a game changer, or a game changer for me, especially sitting in the predicament I'm in.
Why not go with the 6 frames like what Ian and Brad do, and have more of those?
Well, I've never really followed down the path of what other people do.
Well, James does
That's
6s
me.
as well.
I
but
do
those minis, I've wintered those. Boy, they do well. It's kind of crazy, but it's surprising how well they winter. And I mean, you can't beat them for hive density in the building, and they don't eat much.
Well, no, and I doubled them up, so just to make sure, because the cluster isn't very big in there, right? But because I had a whole bunch that I'd used the queens, so I basically, the ones that I had left, I doubled up. I'd take the boxes and I'd have 2 boxes on there, so they shouldn't run out of food.
Yeah.
But like I say, having in the air of a pallet for every box, I mean, to sit there and have 4 queens, I've always tried to figure out how to get queens first thing earlier in the spring. And I'm thinking this might be the way, is to have those queens ready to go in the fall so that I can use them in the spring, and I can use them right now. So I was always trying to figure out how to get queens quicker. And, when Brad put me onto those little boxes, that's what got this going up here.
I'll be interested to find out how the feed resources spun out, because I doubled mine too. I only did it 1 year, and I realized, wow, these things, these winter well. I doubled them, but I wasn't convinced that they needed a double. So I'll be interested to see what you see in there in the spring as to how much feed is left.
Yep.
So how many frames are you talking about? You're talking about the little half frames. How many are you having?
Actually, there's 5. There's 5 in each
5
of the boxes
for winter.
Yeah.
Just the 5.
Well, actually, no. For the winter, there's 10. So there's 5 in each box, and I've doubled it up. So in all,
5 over 5.
5 over 5. So
that's
really, I guess each one.
It's
that's
a
5
medium.
full frames.
It's a medium depth. You're using medium depths, right, James?
Medium,
yeah, same as what I was using. So it's a medium depth. The width is whatever. It's the top bar is 9 inches long. I know that. I remember that. So just to give you an idea how big they are, and there's 5 of them in a box. So double them up. Then they're not. They're probably almost half standard frame, almost. Overall.
Exactly. So I doubled it up. You might as well say you've got just a little bit less than 5 frames in that box for that
right
to get through.
Yeah.
Now there's some synergies in building those things, and this is where, like I say, worked with Brad a little bit. So every piece of foundation in there, I cut in 3. You know? So you'd have a little bit of room on both sides, almost kind of like Brad's story frame. So this, all of a sudden now you take one piece of foundation and you're making 3 frames out of it. So I mean, it's a little bit cheaper that way too, and call it penny pinching, but let's face it, that's what we have to do in order to make this work. So,
so going back to your 5 frame,
don't ever throw anything away.
5 frame double deep. I mean, I understand they're mediums, but double deep or double high. Sorry, not double deep, double high versus a 6 frame. there's really not a ton of difference in space, is there, in the building? So,
20%.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely there is.
okay.
Because
Oh, in the building?
Well, he's saying can hive density. So
Yeah.
in a pallet like that, with the 6 frame, you would end up with 3 hives on our pallets. Three hives on our pallets. I've got 8 in there. So for every pallet, I've got that many more queens. And
okay, I understand now. Because I was thinking the double high, you were going to be just the same size as a 6 frame.
And like I say, I'm using it. Not only did I have really good mating success with them, and it's really easy to find the queens in them. I mean, they're small.
Yeah.
But
they're nice. They're nice,
Yeah.
nice little.
That
units.
would be the nice part of it. It's just there she is. There
Exactly.
she is.
But
Yep.
what I'm really counting on, and what I'm really working towards, is having access to those queens early in the spring. I think that's the key, more so than anything else. Having access to those queens that are new queens, freshly mated last year. They haven't laid up a whole bunch, ready to go, of my own genetics, my own bred queens, and having access to all of those right now. Like, I mean, if they pull through, there's 100 queens in there. Pretty quick and pretty easy.
I had 75% success when I did it.
Well,
I know it can work. Right.
Ian, what percentage of 6 frames are you carrying through the winter versus your overall?
Well, last year I had everything full. This year, it's a crapshoot in there. There's not very much in there. I think I got to go take a look. I'd have to ask Alan and stuff too, but I think we only put. I think we were down to like 70 or 80 hives is all we ended up managing to get into the barn. It was pretty devastating.
I mean, Ian, your battery, you always call it, right? That's what you call your 6 framers. What percentage do you take of your battery into the winter, into the shed?
I bumped it up. My rule was a third, so I tried to replace a third to half of my queens, kind of like what James is talking about. But I'm just wintering the nuke, putting it in, and then I'm taking the failed units or the older units and breaking them into nukes. But now I've increased that to 50%. So
all I heard was Ian needs more equipment.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, maybe. But I'm trying to do much the same thing with James. Exactly. I'm trying to do the same. I'm just cycling my stock internally. I can't do it in one season, so I take it over 2 seasons, and it just becomes a cycle like this. I take the old stock, or the failed stock is what I call them, and I turn them into nukes. And I've also, after that bad year, what I'm doing is I'm also outsourcing some packages just to bring in to help bump up my nuke battery, to help protect my losses in a bad year. So I'm just trying to cover myself from different angles.
So basically, if you take, and I'm just trying to understand the overall concept here, but if you're taking, and I'm just using 1,000, I don't know what your number is currently. It's like 1,800 or 2,400. I'm not sure, but if you took 1,000 and you split those into each full hive, and in the fall, if you split that into 6 framers and took those into winter, you'd end up with a third more queens, or maybe even 2/3 more queens, right? Going through the winter. Would that be more beneficial for you, taking more nuke size colonies into winter? Then you have a higher percentage, or is there a reason that you choose to take full size colonies? I'm just trying to do James's math, I guess.
Well, there's I'll let Ian answer that, but there's so many other dynamics that come into play there. Our mating season up here, having the equipment, the cost of that equipment, those queens, having them mated, ready to go. But I don't know, Ian, what else did I miss? There's lots of dynamics to that.
Well, there's not one way to do things, right? And this is just the method I chosen basically for workload. So once I get the queens, we focus our queen production primarily in the spring, and we get things built up. And then my focus is then to, as I build out the nukes, as I'm developing the queen, basically everything's focused around that queen. I'm also trying to cover cost, and I do that with honey production. So I try to raise these units to maximize my honey production through the summer. So if I do get honey flow, I can capitalize on them, and that pretty much takes care of all my costs. And that's what my focus is on, is that efficiency. Then I bring them inside to further that efficiency rating, right? So everything is just kind of, I'm trying to lean things down, trying to drive more profits. The only thing that happened, I think I would be a different beekeeper right now if I didn't run into 2023 and had that heavy loss, because that really hurt me. I had to buy in stock. I had to change my whole business model in that year just to get to the next year. Like the old man always says, some years you just have to get to the next year. And that's what I basically did. I did everything I could to do that. And I just don't want to experience that again, because I see a lot of risk going on in the industry right now with disease control. So I'm trying to cover my bases from different angles. And that's by outsourcing some package bees. So if I do have a problem, I can grab more if I need, just like that. Bring in queens from other places just to have that stock available, and to try to bump my youth in my operation. I think maybe things are getting a little old sometimes. There's changing over a third, but now I'm bumping that up to a half. And I bet you there's more than a half get changed over just because of natural replacement in some of those queens. So the youthful stock is going to winter better. So I'm just trying to stack the deck the best I can to all those positives by maintaining my workload, because workload is a killer. If you like, everything falls apart if you can't maintain the workload in front of you. Like all the good, due diligence and good intentions, all that just crumbles if you don't get the work done. So I try to structure my entire year workload around all these dynamics I'm trying to bring in. I'm not sure if that answered your question, Robert, but it's just
No, I was just
trying to cycle it through, and just trying to find that cycle that cuts the cost, drives the profits, and provides that sense of sustainability that we want. And sustainability is a funny word, because sustainable development, everybody, beekeeper, sustainable is all internal. But in the business, it's not internal. You have to outsource sometimes to be able to sustain business operations and just to manage risk. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find that happy medium, and I haven't found it yet. But I think I'm pretty close, because things seem to be.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're at 50, a couple of years ago you were at 20, right? Didn't used to not preach, but used to state that you should always have at least 20 or 25%. So you bumped it quite a bit from there, even
to a half. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and then if I do have a good year, I'm going to sell them, right? And then I'm going to capitalize on that. But if I don't have a good year, then I have that backup stock to replace it, and then the outsourcing if I need to.
The other thing I see too with you guys being such a season to split out to lack of better down to nukes again to take them into winter to increase your queen counts. The problem I would see with that is you guys are so late in the season. By the time you're dragging or pulling your final honey crops, I mean you're doing everything you can. It's a scramble when you pull your last honey crop off to get them ready to put them into the barn. So to split them down and try to create queens at that point is probably very difficult.
That's time of year, but there's opportunity there too. I think I stepped on somebody. I'll just quickly say it's an opportunity because we have the bulk, massive amounts of bees here just go wasted a lot of the time in the later part of summer. And that's a good time to have those queens, like what James is talking about. If you have the queens, you have the bees.
You got to hive.
Yeah, and there you go. Just like
so, would you rather
workload? The workload always demands the day.
Would you rather have your queens? I mean, if you had an ideal situation, would you rather have queens, fresh queens, like when you're creating your batteries and all your fresh queens? Would you rather have them in the spring, solstice, or the end of the season? When would you like to? If you had a choice to requeen all your colonies in your entire organization, and you were going to do it in one fell swoop, would you do it in the spring, solstice, or fall?
I want all the above.
Yeah, I was going to say that. All the above. Because there's advantages to all the above. And James, 1 year, you had pinched all your queens later in the season. I do believe that you did that. And you put fresh queens. And I think they come out in terrific shape. You put youthful stock into the shed. That's all there is to it. That's what we focus on. But all at the same time, we have these colonies growing in the spring, and that's when they want to develop. So take advantage of that point of development. Make the queens. It's an easy time to make queens. Midsummer, I'm too busy with honey, and there's too many predators. Later on in the season, there's too many predators. I can't do it. So then I bring the queens in, or I bank the queens and the nukes to be able to replace my losses. Because we just don't take losses in the winter. Like I took a 20% cut in my my production colonies this summer, but I had nukes to be able to fill those places in because I had them in the spring, right? So it's just a continual refresh.
Because the reason why I asked that is because I know that people on this channel have mentioned some guys are solstice guys. They like to requeen during the solstice. Others like to do it in the spring. And I was just kind of curious because I know this year my failure was primarily because I did it in the spring. Now there's other parts and pieces of that, but there wasn't enough drone population when I did it. And so then we had bad weather. So the combination just destroyed my queens.
Myself up here, I want those hives, maximum number of bees in there when we hit that solstice, man. That's the money. That's when everything up here basically turns on, if you will. So I mean,
that's the end for us.
I wouldn't be splitting during the solstice. I mean, that's our honey crop.
And that speaks to what Ian was saying earlier about there's so many different ways to do things, and speak to your objectives, right? Is your objective simply to, and I know, Robert, you're wanting to produce some honey, but maybe a beekeeper's objective is just to keep the bees and make sure they winter well and everything. So maybe that answer is going to be a little different than somebody like James that's going to want those bees need to be top form come solstice for honey flow, right? So maybe that answer is going to be, so it's kind of like I was actually telling Norm, he was saying he's got a mentor on deck to help him get started with bees. And the only advice I gave him was, besides have a mentor, is make sure your mentor shares your objectives, right? Because if you're going for honey and you have a mentor who is more interested in treatment free, you're maybe not going to get the kind of
mentorship that
management advice that really is going to serve your objectives.
Yeah.
And that's something I had to be very careful with early on, because even though I didn't have very many bees when I started my first year, second year, I knew I had to talk to people who were commercial beekeepers who needed to make a living at this, who needed to produce honey and manage many colonies and not just 5 or 10, because those answers can be different in that context.
Well, and for myself, my objectives this year are going to be completely different than what they've been for any year up to here.
Yeah, kind of like my year this year.
Well,
and different objectives.
Exactly, and I'm sitting on a ton of honey. I mean, I got drums and drums and drums of honey I can't get rid of right now. I just can't find the sales for all the honey. I had a few things I thought were in the works and they fell through. So
those guys wouldn't buy it, eh?
They wouldn't buy it. No.
What the hell's wrong?
I wished I had it. I'm sold out. I wish I had some here.
Yeah, I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting on about 55,000 pounds of honey.
So that's canola honey?
No, that's probably 50-50. Probably 50% canola, 50% clover alfalfa. So, but my bees took a hell of a kicking. So, I mean, right now, my year coming up here, this 2025 is going to be all about filling my equipment again, getting my bee stock redone. I've got enough honey to keep me going for everything that I need now, unless something changes, but right now, I mean, we're ironically enough, I'm working up here with, there's a few of us that are in this same predicament. Well, actually a few of us, about 135 have beekeepers, smaller beekeepers up here have shown interest, and we're actually grouping things together, and we're getting a few things together here, and we're all going to work together to try and get some of this honey, looked after and sold. So,
what drums do you have it in?
They're in 45 gallon drums with a plastic liner.
Okay, Are they juice drums or?
No, they're honey drums.
They're honey drums.
Yeah, they are honey drums. So, but yeah, so we're working on a few things. I've been talking to a couple brokers and stuff like that too. So, seeing what
kind of quotes are you getting right now, or have you put the feelers out yet?
I've just been starting to talk to the broker right now, so to see where we're at as far as prices. I mean, so actually I shouldn't say that. There's two brokers. The one guy, he's known for let's just say looking after himself, not the beekeepers. Now that's business. If that's part of it. The other guy, he's got a little bit of a better reputation, so I'm kind of leaning to work with him a little bit more. But yeah, between everybody that's actually Alberta and Saskatchewan, believe it or not, kind of a little bit in Doug's neck of the woods. So there's some beekeepers over there, kind of in the same boat I am. But we're sitting on a ton, so we got to figure out what to do with it. But so my objectives this year isn't going to be focusing on honey crop. My objectives this year is going to be filling my boxes again, understanding what I did wrong last year, and getting my stock back up to where I need it to be.
Yeah, I don't know if you did anything wrong, James. Everybody's saying that. What did we do wrong? It's just the damn mite is throwing us a curveball. There's something that's coming through that's not familiar to what we're doing, whether it's the weather or a new pathogen to come through, or just maybe the mite, just new strains breeding quicker, or something's going on. If we had a mite control in there, we'd be hunky dory right now. We just have to adapt our management to be able to control that damn mite, right? It's not that we did anything wrong.
Right. Well, where I'm saying I think I did something wrong is I didn't realize I had bombs. I had mite bombs. I had some hives that are, and in fact, I tested them here again to put it in. And I got to get you that data, Ian. I got most of that all sorted out there now.
Oh, good. Yeah,
I'll get you that. But I had some hives that literally got no treatments. I went into the barn, tested them multiple times after everything that I had, and they're still less than 1%. No treatments this year.
Yeah.
There's something there, and that's what I have to.
I had one of those.
I have to understand.
One of your 23s you left here.
So
that was one of those that just mite loads never grew.
No, and I got to figure out what's going on there, because I have of the ones that we put back in the barn, probably actually from that same year, and I think it's that same queen. There's about 28 or 30 hives that there's no mites, and they were literally on the pallet. So you can't tell me that the hive on one side of the pallet was that much different than the hive on the other side. But one side absolutely loaded with mites, the other side's got nothing. There's something there, but I'll get my figure on it. I'll get it sorted out. So,
well, nature tell you, the more pressure that's on it, I don't think we have much of a choice anymore. We're seeing mite pressure. We just can't clean it up like we could before. Yeah. So I think we're just going to find it, if that's all there is to it.
Well, my hives came out of the barn, lots of zeros.
Yeah.
But the problem is I can't keep them that way. They're picking these mites up quicker than I can deal with them now. I'm working on a couple things to see if maybe I can deal with them on a per pallet basis, but I don't know how that's going to work yet.
I was talking to a beekeeper here at a market about a year, maybe 2 years ago. He's up around Regina, and I asked him if he sold to Bee Mate as surplus. He told me no, he ships everything to Alberta to a packer and gets far better money there.
Well, there is a packer here, so there's a packer that and this is kind of what what we're working on, But it's a catch-22. How much can we? I'm going to back up here, so I'm going to put all my cards on the table here a little bit. And I've been up to this point, I've been keeping them pretty close to my chest, but I got to get rid of the honey, and I really would prefer to get rid of all my honey in the fall, especially with me trying to do what I'm doing here and moving closer to retirement. I want to get rid of all my honey in the fall, and I want to go south. you know, but I can't do that right now because where it's at. So I need to somehow I need to find a sale for that honey, but I really kind of want to keep going back to the point where I can sell it all, drop it all off and done, and I don't have to worry about it. But at what point do I go the other way and burn that bridge? You know, I really don't want to do that either. But at the same token, I got to pay the bills too, right? So,
Bird in the hand's worth two in the bush.
well, it is, but you know, I'm not that big to swing that bat. If that, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, I want to play nice with everybody, but unfortunately, it's just not working that way.
I taught my daughter in the meeting that saying you said, Mark, bird in the hand, worth two in the bush. We're out deer hunting, and she's with me, and she's after a buck, and we're sitting there, and about 9 doe come out in front of us. You know, and I said, do you want to fire on them? She said, no. I want to wait for that buck. I got to wait. There's buck just way out there. I said, okay. So we let him pass, and we went out for the next 2 or 3 nights and didn't see anything. And she's like, oh, geez, I should have shot one of those does. She's like, so then the first doe that come out, I said, are you waiting for that buck? No, I better take this one.
Actually, as sad as it is, the wife and I never even got out hunting this year. So, I mean, everybody's wondering where I'm at, but I've just got so much. I've been so busy and so much on the go here right now. We didn't even get out a chance to go hunting this year. We bought our tags. You know, the people that we go hunting with all the time, they went out. They managed to put a couple deer and a couple elk in the freezer and stuff, but never even took the rifle out of the safe this year, which is kind of disappointing because that's probably the first time since I was probably 14 years old. You know, that we didn't go hunting. So
Same here, James. I didn't go this year. It's first time probably since I was 14. I hadn't been.
Yeah. So,
Well, we got a couple of hundred deer in town right now, and probably a month from now they'll all be going out on the back of a truck.
Could snare them in the front yard.
Yeah, we have them walk right through our back alley here. You know, they're walking back and forth, and of course, I'm a farm boy. So when we moved to town here, you know, the deer are walking back and forth, and I'd be looking at the wife, and I'd look at my bow. Look at the wife and look at my bow. Just don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I've heard that old saying, the nick of time. You know what the nick of time is?
Yeah.
Nope, tell us.
It's that point where the pollen falls off the corn and hits the silk. That's the nick of time.
Oh, there you go. I did not know that.
Yeah.
See, I learned something.
What was you going to say, Doug?
No, I was just going to say I had a different version, but the same result of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I've always heard.
Yeah.
We're nearly 3 hours. What do you think, guys? You want to go a little longer?
Well, the longer I'm on here,
I'm fixing to have to get off here, Brad. I've got 19% battery, so I'm fixing to run.
That's a long time, isn't it, Ian?
You got at least 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Here you go. Will help you?
Did you get that? Did you get that charger we sent you in? We all pitched in.
Yeah.
No, the battery's dead.
You know, Ewan will always be like this. You know, I'm not sure if I.
Yeah. I just want to tell you one more thing. Bleak.
Yeah. Or if it's you really need to know.
Yeah.
Click, gone. Then we're all like, what do we need to know?
It's like being in a big department store or something, and you hear somebody over the PA go, and I think to myself, I'm sure hope she didn't just say, the building's on fire, you better leave.
All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here, guys. It's been good.
Nice
Good
to see you, Mark.
again, Mark.
Happy New Year to you.
Night, Mark.
Y'all have a good one. God bless.
Good night.
Nah.
James, you'll need to have that honey house. You'll need CFIA to sell through those brokers the same, though, won't you?
So I've it's interesting. So yes, I do need it through them. Everything was all in. So they've given me a number. They just didn't come in and inspect the facility.
Oh, you're good then. Just use that number.
So yeah, that's what BMate told me too. They says as long as you got that number.
Yeah.
So I talked to the inspector there a couple times, and apparently there was a lot of people they didn't get around to inspecting this year, which I kind of thought was weird, but especially after they scrutinized me and wanted, the insect plan, the rodent plan, the water samples, the cleaning plan,
Yeah, they're focusing more on the programming now than they are in actual inspections because we're a low risk industry. So they're following through, but they pretty much are telling us we're wasting their time. So they just want us to send the documentation over, even over email is what. But they do. They should have come and took a sample of your honey though. They never did that.
They never did that either.
No, not even that. Don't complain. Just the longer they stay away.
Well, I'm not complaining, but everybody I talk to, I need that tick in that box, if you would, right? And that it's kind of that's where I'm stuck. So I mean, we did a lot of work last year. I mean, everything from disinfecting the house, the honey house, new paint on the walls, sealing the drywall. We replaced all our all that equipment, anything that had a carbon steel shaft. We replaced it with stainless steel shafts. We replaced, we spent a lot of money and a lot of time trying to tick all those boxes, if you will. And then, and maybe that's what's got me a little frustrated because we went out of our way to make sure we did everything not just right, but 100% right. And we went over and above all the time. And then, maybe next year, maybe, we'll look at it again in March or not show up or something. It's just,
that's weird. I think that they would have been a little more aggressive on the honey. That's really odd, just because of all the investments that are going in. They want to push more honey through, so it's funny that they're not picking you up.
Yeah, they literally said that they had too much of a surplus. They wanted to. I think I sent you the letter, didn't I?
I might have missed it.
They basically said they got too much honey, they got a surplus, and they'll look at it again maybe in March. So it's
which is fair enough because they're protecting the membership. So that is what it is. But at the same time, exactly. There's still a wholesale market that they could sell it in easy. Yeah.
Well, and then I was reading that article too on a lot of people are cutting their honey with honey from outside of Canada. I don't know how much true it is. Anytime you read some of these articles, I mean, I take it all with a grain of salt.
There's a guy in Alberta doing that. He's selling it on the shelf. Yeah.
I have a hard time with it.
Popular.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just all wrong as far as I'm concerned.
I think it's, I'm not, the honey I'm talking about is honey coming in from India. So I'm making an assumption that it is honey, right? If it's sugar, then that's food fraud. Yeah. But bringing in the honey from India, and I guess one way to look at it, that's business. If that's what the consumer is going to eat, that's what they eat. As long as they're selling the honey, as long as it is honey,
right?
That's business. That's market. But it's beekeepers don't like to hear that.
Well, and it's hard to believe, and there's something wrong in the industry somewhere. If you can bring, let's say, honey, sugar, corn syrup, whatever you want to call it, in from India, all the way up here and add it to your honey, cheaper than you can buy honey right here. There's something wrong somewhere.
If it's adulterated, then that's food fraud. That's no good. That's what the suspicion is.
Got her. But anyways, it is what it is, and in a way.
Because on the other hand of that equation, we export also, right? Same as we do with your wheat and our cattle. So I always have a tough time with this argument, just because if we didn't export and other people didn't use our product to mix off of theirs, we wouldn't have our sales in those countries, right? It's free trade.
Exactly.
Well,
Well,
as long as we're competing on an even playing field, like the business has got to be, the same dynamics going on. They can't be mixing it off with sugar, for one. That's food fraud. But then you have these other countries that subsidize, so it puts us in an unfair playing field, cost of production and all that. And if they're dumping their honey, then that's not. We need to be able to protect ourselves from that.
well, like you said, just as long as everybody's playing by the same rules, then it all works. So one of the interesting parts I did find when I was down in Grenada, I went down to the Caribbean Beekeepers Association meeting down there, and met with them down there, and they're sitting on a whole different environment than what we are. So they can produce honey 12 months of the year down there, and their honey in April tastes very, very different than it does in September. Obviously with the different blossoms and stuff that are blossoming down there, but they import way more. I think it was like 8 or 10 times more into the little country of Grenada than they can produce. So there's a huge market there. So I was actually talking to some of the officials down there, which may turn out to be a pretty good market for me as well. I just got to figure out all of the.
What you're trying to say is you're trying to figure out how many barrels you can fit in that boat.
Just like gold.
Yeah. So actually, that boat would hold a lot of barrels. It wouldn't be very comfortable, but it would hold a lot of barrels. It does, and it doesn't go very quick. So got to remember it's a sailboat. So I mean, 7 knots is that's smoking in that thing.
Yeah, you could write it off as a farm expense too. That would work.
Well, NAHBE de Mar is going to be the name of the boat. What's that? Oh, NAHBE de Mar, which is Spanish for the sea bee.
Oh, there you go.
So it's kind of interesting there too. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. But you just think of these markets out there like that you don't even know are there until you start asking and talking. And they had no idea what creamed honey is down there. Not at all. Flavored honey. It's known as a spice island. You'd put cinnamon in your honey. Why would you do that?
Would cream honey survive down there with the heat though?
Oh,
would it separate?
Yeah. No, it doesn't separate. No. So you got to remember the warmest it gets is about 32. The coldest it got while I was down there was like 26, I think. So it doesn't. It gets pretty soft, but it doesn't separate at that. But anyways, we mixed some cinnamon into some of the honey they had down there, and they're like, "Well, why didn't you just sprinkle it on?" Well, customers don't want to just sprinkle it on. And then when I was explaining to it how you can cream it, all of a sudden they were like, what's that might be worth something. I was like, yeah, that's definitely going to be worth something. So, but sorry, guys, my work phone's just going off here.
You back to getting inspected every year now, Ian?
I had the guy come through. He took a honey sample, but he didn't go through my documents. Well, he did. He didn't officially, and he was going to come back, but he never did. So I imagine I'll see him next year. All my records and the recordings and everything is up to date. He was the year before, so I thought that was kind of odd. How about you?
Yeah, well, when COVID was here, it was every other year. But no, we're back. She comes every year again now.
To pull a honey sample?
Water samples, honey samples. She goes through. We got a 45-year-old single woman that lives with 4 dogs in a single apartment, and it's quite an experience when she comes and was through your operation. Yeah.
No, but what else am I up to here? Obviously, making frames. I think that's just an ongoing thing. Is this something that?
Yes, it is.
I'll be making frames every day or every winter now until I die. Is that pretty much the way it goes?
Yep.
I quit that. I use that as a cost recovery project, a make busy project for the school kids when they come and I don't want to deal with them. So I push them off into the shop and say, build a few thousand frames.
Well, it turns out my wife kind of likes making frames, so I haven't built in a lot of frames lately.
There you go. So, well, we didn't quite get them all drawn out last year, but I'm going to say we probably got 90+% of them drawn out. So, basically, I think I've got another. Oh, I don't even know. There's got to be another 500 to 800 frames sitting in my little woodshed right now. My little woodshed ain't that big, so those boxes and all that foundation take up a lot of room in my little woodshed.
Yeah, we had a good year last year. We filled pretty much every box that we had available right at the peak of honey production. And just when I started calling some of my summer calls, I think I had 20 boxes that I made bulk bee splits on, and everything else was being used. So it felt good just to put it all out there and then
fill it all up,
make it work. That's before I started taking the summer losses. Then I accumulated 200 boxes right then and there.
And there you go. Well, like I said, this year here will be all about just building things back up. And next winter will be a busy winter if I can get all that equipment filled, because then I'm going to need to build probably 12 to 1,500 boxes and all of the associated frames.
Well, if you come out of winter, even with small little units, and if you have a typical spring, like you've been having unusual springs. So if you have a typical spring, which will give you a typical summer and a typical, what is typical anymore, I guess, right? But if your flow is pushed back just a little bit, I bet you those little buggers, they build up and they start pulling you honey.
Well, what I'm hoping for is get them out of the barn early April, right? Have them start to build up by, say third week of April. Have the first hatch starting to come around.
Yeah.
Early May have those. Late end of April, early May have that poplar pop. Get those dandelions. A week or two after that.
Yeah.
That's really what I would call a typical year, if you will, because if you can get that early pollen flow, that early nectar flow, that's going to set me up for success, right?
Yeah, we need a good spring. It'd be nice to have a good spring this year. It'd be a treat.
But so that's kind of where we are, and everything down at the mill for me too is everything is pushed back. So usually we're going into an annual outage, the last week of April. Well, that's pushed back now into May a little bit. So that gives me that time to focus on getting those bees out and everything too. And having Alan, on board here full time too, that doubles us up, okay. So, I mean, we just need the weather. We need the weather. And this is assuming I'm going to have some bees come out of the barn, right?
Yeah. No kidding.
But if we don't have any bees come out of the barn, we've discussed that one too. So I guess we'll be buying bees, but like you said, this year's all about just getting through this year, get to next year. So like I say, maybe not selling the honey, that might actually end up being a blessing in disguise. So,
there's Chilean packages available, but the end date of delivery on them is April 1st. So
yes.
They might be just a little bit too early for you yet, but they're coming in cheaper around that $225. So
that's quite a bit cheaper, right?
And I'm trying to get a price on packages without queens, just the bulk bees, and then and then you source a queen from California like that.
Got her.
Not that I need them. I'm just kind of figuring out what's going on out there.
Yeah, that queen I got.
There's stock available. There's still, I think they still have New Zealand stock for sale, and there's still Australian stock for sale, from what I understand.
Are you still not allowed to bring up bees from down here?
No. That breeder queen that I got last year, so she came from Europe, and I don't think I'm going to use her. I really don't like what I'm seeing from her. So
What bloodline is that?
Carniolan. So
Okay.
But I did graft a little bit from her last year, but her laying pattern sucks. Her offspring sucks. I really just I don't think she's going to go anywhere. I think she's going to get pinched here, and her offspring too, because and that's always the catch. I mean, you spend a lot of money on a breeder queen, but you still got to see what they're doing before you bring that genetics in, right? So
yeah, that kind of gravitated, instead of spending a lot of money on one queen, to tap into the breeding project by bringing in multiple queens and see what they're made out of, and then. Because sometimes you bring in some queens and you're like, oh, I don't want anything to do with that. So I send them all to Brad.
I did the same thing. What are you talking about?
Poor Brad.
No,
I was trying to think of a funny thing to say, but I didn't want to disparage your generosity. Just send me your garbage. I'll take care of it.
I was quite fortunate because I had those 2 breeder queens that really did really well. But this one here, I don't think I'm going to keep her.
So not to drag out a subject here, but what is the main reason that you guys are allowed to import from the States here, when it seems to me that you're creating more potential problems by importing something from overseas than you would across a land border that's,
Okay,
that you can walk across.
Robert's banned from the channel.
Well, I was going to say, I was going to give him
The
a hard time.
subject that I shall not speak of.
I was going to say, we can't pay that 25% tax on those bees.
There's a lot of problems with importing stock, whether it be overseas or from America or from BC. I mean, intermixing stock like this from different regions, you're bringing different. For example, Randy Oliver talks about chalk brood from Australia, right? You bring Australian bees. They brought Australian bees in at one time through CDD or CCD, and chalk brood just went rampant. It was just terrible. They stopped importing bees from Australia, and he was talking. Reason for that, there's no chalk brood down in Australia. Well, in Australia, the bees are climatized to a certain strain of chalk brood, and they handle the situation. Now you take those bees into a different area, which aren't exposed with that pathogen, and it just goes crazy, just blows up, right?
That happened what 4 years ago? That happened up here. There was a there was a guy that was bringing bees up from southern BC, and that's exactly what it has. Just about everything that he brought in here, everything was producing chalk brood like you wouldn't believe. It was I forget what that guy's name was, but anyways, it was devastating, and that's we found out that's what it ended up happening. So he brought these things in, built them up down there, split them, and then was trying to sell them off. But yeah, everything was chalk brood mania.
What about that mite that's supposed to be like the end all of, I don't know what they call it, endermite or something?
The trophy mite, yeah.
Yeah. What I mean, don't you guys worry that you guys are at risk of bringing that in by outsourcing to all these other countries?
Well, they're not in the countries we're importing from, though. Right.
I mean, once you start shipping, though, cross seas, then you enter into a lot of, it's not there if they're doing things legally, right? It's just like saying that all honey is pure, which we all know is not. I mean, just because the honey is shipped to the United States and it gets through customs, that doesn't mean it's not adulterated, right? It's the same thing with with the importing from the bees. Now, granted, you could still do the same thing, I guess, if you came across from the States, potentially.
Our mite problem come from the States, Robert. It didn't come from overseas or Australia or anything.
I think every bee melees we have came from USA.
Yeah. And
So
probably
I'll just get off the channel now.
So this is the topic you shouldn't be talking about. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, what you're talking about, Robert, is it's a heated subject up here. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's tearing our industry apart up in Canada. Their beekeepers are like this, and there's arguments. Your argument you're making is it's a good argument.
It's a
But you're
good
not
argument.
wrong. You're not wrong. So just how do we manage these risks, right?
Yeah, I'm just hearing about you guys doing all these imports, and it just seems strange that you can't import. Like I said, isn't the story like 80% of the Canadian population is within 1 hour of the border, or something like that?
Yeah, but also 1 million honeybee colonies in the States park themselves up in North Dakota, right beside us, right?
That's my point. It's like, if you're going to get any contamination, it's going to be from across the border. It's not going to be.
They don't fly across the border.
No, that's
No.
what. Yeah, that's exactly
That's
it.
illegal.
That's part of my point of this is 80% of your population is within an hour of the border, right? Yet you guys are required to ship from some other across the sea somewhere. Makes no
Well,
sense at all.
Now we're going to have
Yeah.
to build a wall.
Another thing is, we don't really have migratory beekeepers, Rob, not like in the States.
Yeah.
So that can be a big difference too.
They were talking about that. I don't know if you want to talk about this, Brad. You said right at the beginning.
I'm not sure I want to. I wanted to make a point, though, Robert. Your questions and your wonderments are perfectly valid. And the only thing I want to say is, well, I want to say two things. There's a guy in Canada who is being instrumental in this process of perhaps making changes in what's going on. And you can see him on the screen right now, and on my screen he's in the top right corner of my screen, and this guy works so hard on this situation. And I want to say that this, you guys do this and you guys do that, this is not a universally accepted program, process, legislation, whatever we have going here. Is not universally accepted. There's probably more people in Canada asking those questions than there is anywhere else. Okay. But processes need to be followed, and those processes are being followed. You just know that the wheels always turn very slowly. There have been recently a number of countries stricken off of the approved import list because of fear of droppy mite. There's countries we can't touch now that we could touch 2 years ago. Okay, so this is not something that's just status quo. This is constantly reviewed and monitored for whatever. It's not just opening borders to every country but USA. That's certainly not the case. This is very, very carefully monitored and scrutinized, and this is exactly what's happening with the United States. Right now, if I may speak to this, the ball really is in the USA court to provide Canada with packages that meet Canada's legislated requirements. That's simply what it is, because Canadians want to import USA product. And so we need to make sure that the USA product is up to the standards that we need to import it. And so that's where it sits right now. And it's not a static thing. I see stuff come across my inbox all the time on this, all the time, almost daily.
I was going to say
what's going on.
It evolves and changes. Yeah, try to keep up to it.
There's some big.
You do it.
Yeah. So rest assured, it's not static. There's a lot of people working very hard on this right now, and this is not something that's taken lightly at all. These are very closely monitored constantly for pests, etc. The chance of droppy mite coming into Canada is exceedingly low. Do I want to make U.S. packages available to Canada? Personally, yeah. Right? It's not going to benefit me at all, really. But that's just the case. So I hope that kind of, puts to rest some of the unease that you might have, because I can understand your unease That's
Like I said, it was more of
concern.
curiosity for me because I mean I
Yeah.
don't have any need for
There's
any of
there's a
that.
lot of depth to that because it's a very simple question and it's a good question, but it's a very simple question. But there's a lot of depth to that question and to the to addressing the answer to that
What year
question.
was it that it was banned for you guys?
1987.
Okay, so it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I think that's when the Africanized bees got to be an issue, wasn't it?
Well, I can't say that the ban was 1987, but it was very soon after because that's when veromite was found in the United States, and that's what kicked the whole thing off. It's not currently because the United States have veromites. It's evolved into different things. It evolved into tracheomites. It evolved into, there's fear of antibiotic resistant AFB. There's Africanized genes. There's hive beetles. So there's just it's evolved over the last 30 years, and we're constantly trying to make sure we, just like any other country in the world that we import bees from, we're constantly evaluating them. We're constantly scrutinizing the product that's coming in. There's heavy inspections of these bees, packages, queens, et cetera, same as the United States. It is a level playing field, right? Everybody has to meet the same requirements, and that's all we're asking, right?
Now, if you get Ian, if you get a package like a pounds, whatever it is, you're getting 5 pounds, 20 pounds, 40 pounds, whatever it is. Can you OA vapor them before you put them into your hives? Because
that's a big advantage of packaged bees, is because you can target. Well, it's just like it's a swarm, is what it is. Really, it's just a cluster of bees.
Broodless.
Vaporize them and you kill off the mites. It's a good way of controlling veromite.
so is that a part of your program? Like when you bring in a package like that, do you automatically treat them in the barn before you take them out to the field?
I'm not going to give all my secrets away, but we're trying to integrate more pest management strategies and all different angles, and that just happens to be one of them. We followed through with it last year, and we should have, because at the time we were too busy. But that's what we want to do is vaporize those packages before we put them in, or we shake them in even and vaporize them before the mites get a chance to go underneath the cappings.
I was actually surprised. I was reading something the other day, and it was saying that the veromite and the hive beetle die in between 104 and 108 degrees, but the honeybee can survive up to about 116 degrees. And I thought that was interesting. I didn't realize that there was a temperature threshold there that the bees can withstand beyond the beetle and the veromite. And I was just curious if anybody's heard of people using that as a tool. It seems like it's risky because I would never put a queen in that situation.
You'd have to. Seems like a lot of work. There's a lot of different ways to manage a mite like that. One way I think we might be able to hinge is just with the basic brood break. That's one of the reasons why the bees swarm off to propagate, for one thing, but it also breaks up the disease cycle within the nest. And I think that's something like I'm noticing within my own stock, just the colonies we split off, they have a little bit of an advantage over the veromite because it's broken that disease cycle up. I'm going to try incorporating more of that.
What percentage do you see, or do you feel that you have as far as swarms in a season? I mean, of your colonies, what percentage do you think swarm?
Too much.
Yeah. I know some years are better, worse than the others. It's hard to say. Yeah, because I'm never really sure. You can go through the nest and you can look and oh, that's a swarm cell, oh, that's a replacement cell, but you're never really sure. Sometimes it looks like a swarm is just a replacement. I always see bees hanging on the trees. And I have a similar loss. Why am I seeing those losses? Is it swarms? Is it queen failure? I'm never really sure about that, so I can't answer that question. No.
I can tell you it's never a good feeling. In fact, Leah's sitting across from me here. So I was teaching Leah and Alan a little bit how to split some bees, and I knew I was pushing it right on the edge. And we're out there making some splits, and all of a sudden I'm looking to the south, and I was like, "Ah, oh, shit!" And they're like, "What? And I says, "Listen." And the bees were just piling out of this hive, just like a water fountain, eh? And they're like, "What's going on?" I says, "That's a swarm." I says, "Watch to see where they go." So a little bit too late, but they were both kind of shocked and amazed to see that many bees kind of pile out of there and just fly around. So, how many times does that happen when you're not out there? It would be hard to tell. Now, I do mark all of my queens. I think, I don't know if you mark your queens, Ian. That might be just too much of a task for you, but I do mark all
though. It's a handy tool. It gives you more information, right? It'd fall right down my line, but Carrie has a pen. She'll paint them.
Got her. Because I mark all of my queens, and then in the fall when I'm going through them there, cleaning them all up and getting them ready, I strip all the honey out, and I always will take a look to see if I find the queen, and there's no mark on it. She was superseded, right? So, and that's probably, I never kept track of it. I'll mark the queen right there and then, and it's usually a different color. So I know it's not one that I've grafted, but I bet you 15, 20%.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 to 15 is what I probably average. Even, and I manage them a lot more heavily than what Ian does in the respect, like, he doesn't have the time to go through all his colonies as often as I do. So I'm through them a few more times in a season than he is. And I see probably 10 to 15% is what I usually see. And that's because I marked the queen. So I know.
Faithfully, I will not have a queen in any of my apiaries that's older than 2 years. I just won't.
We do a lot of equalizing though. Like we'll split them and then we'll shift and shift and shift and shift until we finally let them go. So we do a lot of brood work, but we're not hunting for queen cells. We're never doing that. We're either skimming off brood, making splits, boosting smaller colonies, just that back and forth, making as much as we can as we go.
But I think in doing that, Ian, you're boosting the colony up. So you're definitely not encouraging. If anything, I would say by doing that, you're discouraging queen cells, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm taking that strength and trying to. There's 1 yard that it was BCBs actually, and beautiful queens, just beautiful nests. And I had Carrie go through twice, pulling them down. We actually didn't take a split. We're just pulling from them, making nukes from them. Send her back a second time. Take them down more. They're going to swarm. Take them down. So she took them down as much as she felt it was necessary, or as I instructed, actually. She probably could have taken them down a little bit more. And that yard probably seen a lot of swarming because I run 50% loss, summer loss in that yard because for whatever reason, those colonies never requeened themselves. I'm not sure what happened. But it's so hard to tell whether a colony is swarmed or not within the yard, other than just production. Like they should fix themselves. They fly off, they'll fix themselves or replenish, and that will be a beautiful nest come the next time you come through. So it's really hard to tell what swarmed and what hasn't.
All right, I got one more, and then I'm going to leave you alone. What is it that you think that is different between your colonies and most people's colonies, that your colonies are so robust? Is that because you think, or that you feed them so well in the spring with the pollen and everything that they need in nutrition? Because your boxes, when you lift the lid, are exceptional to anybody else that I see. mine included. Like, yeah, some of my boxes are full to the brim, but they don't look like your colonies. Your colonies are just like on steroids. They look like, it's the Arnold Schwarzenegger of beehives. And I'm just curious, what is it that you think that you do different than the average person that creates such a robust hive?
I taught him everything he knows.
I figured that was it.
Oh no, I got that backwards. I got that backwards. I taught him everything I know, and it didn't take very long either.
Yeah. Well, what were you doing after coffee?
I just say, Brad, you should always invite Robert back to your chats here. I like this guy.
Just talk to me for 5 minutes. You'll change your mind.
You guys were talking about swarms. I've been in a yard when they've swarmed, and I've gone over to the box to see what was left and open it up. And there's just as many bees in there as you'd ever want.
Yeah. We actually videoed. I think Leah videoed it, and I just got to get my button gear and upload some more videos. But it literally looked like you couldn't have poured bees out of a pitcher faster than they were coming out of this hive. Yeah. And same thing, Doug. At the end, you lift the lid off that thing, and that hive is still just packed with bees in there.
Yeah.
So it fascinates me to watch. I hate it, when it happens, but it's fascinating to watch, and then, you're just standing in there and all of these bees are flying around and circling around you. And it's really a spectacle.
All you could do is enjoy the experience.
Well, that's what I said. Crap.
Just enjoy it.
Watch where they go. And of course, you know where they went? Clear
somewhere
across
you can't
the
reach.
field, and they just kept on going. It's like, well, oh no, I think we did catch that hive. So I think they were over in a bush.
I've watched them fly around and go and kind of start collecting on a tree and then go back and in the hive again. I've seen that. I'm chasing them. I'm getting a box with the tractor and I'm lifting it up and everything. And then there's no bees. And I just look back and they're going back in the hive.
There you go.
Crazy.
One thing I am working on this year is a wasp and hornet remedy. So I'm building a trap because I literally watched wasps and hornets devastate hives this year. Just so hot and dry. I've never seen that before, but so I'm working on a couple things for those potlickers.
I've never had trouble with them yet. It's just a nuisance more than anything. I've never had I talk to guys in BC and holy man, they have like torches. They torch them off the side of their colonies. It's crazy. I've never seen it here.
I never saw anything like it this year, Ian. You would lift the box or the top off the box, and all of the honeybees are kind of crowded in the center, and frame upon frame on both sides would be wasps and hornets. They literally, they're robbing the hive of anything they can get out of it, and the hornets would be flying off with a honeybee. It was just
the hornets are the worst because, in my opinion, because they kill the queen. From my experience, the yellow jackets don't tend to bother the queen. They just come in, they rob, and they leave. But the hornets, they tend to kill the queen. Almost every colony that I see that gets robbed by hornets, the bald-faced hornets, in my area, it seems like they always kill the queen almost every time. When you start seeing them come in robbing, that colony's done. It's the queen's going to be killed by the time it's over.
I'm curious what is different kind of where I am, because I have yellow jackets and hornets, and sometimes they're worse than others, but I have people in my association not far from me. They're saying, wow, the yellow jackets killed my hive or something like that. And I've never had a problem that bad with my hives regarding yellow jackets and hornets. So I really wonder what's going on around here that it's not a grave problem.
For us, it happens in the dirt at the end of the season, like in the fall, right before winter is when
it's usually the worst when I'm feeding. So yeah, September.
Yep. That's what it's always the time. And then every year I typically lose 1 or 2 hives due to the hornets. At the yellow jackets, like I said, there could be 100 yellow jackets in that hive and they'll be perfectly fine. You can lift the lid and
reduced entrances and everything.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. those hornets, they'll squeeze in there, and
Because
once
my
they
entrances are not that small. Reduced my entrance is 3 inches wide, right? So it's not that small.
mine,
I had one. There's a beekeeper we have in our association. He's so knowledgeable. He's the encyclopedia of beekeeping. He's very technically knowledgeable about exactly what's going on. And I had somebody ask that question in our association one time, and he spoke up, and he said something that was very surprising to me. I don't know how he knows this, and I have no way to confirm that it's true, but this guy knows so much stuff that I tend to believe it's true. He said, if the yellow jackets and hornets and things are able to get into that hive and kill it, let them kill it. He said, there's something wrong with those bees. And I was just shocked when he said that. But that's what he said. He said
You know
that
what,
those bees won't defend their entrance.
it's
And there's
only,
something
you
wrong
can
with it.
always see it. There's only like, it's usually like 2 hives that in my entire apiary, and they'll just go after those 2 hives, and they just
Well,
keep
maybe
going
those are the two that
relentlessly.
have that problem. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
What we
and then
Did you have some kind of experience like that, Doug?
Yeah. Yeah. We were bad with wasps and hornets, and they seem to be able to pick out a weak hive, and they will go after that hive, and they will
So
kill it.
is it
We had
just
so
a
many-
weak hive, or is it a hive that has whatever this guy said is just not motivated to protect?
I don't know. They sent something about it, and I always think maybe it's a poor queen or something, and that's
Well,
why they single it out.
I
tell you
leave
what we
those
had up here.
hives. I leave
We
those
had,
for a, sorry,
I was going to say,
for
we
a
had
sacrificial
so many
lamb.
yellow jackets on the front of our hive up here. I actually thought the hive was swarming, and they were all yellow jackets.
Ooh, that's gross.
It was. I mean, you could take your hive tool and smack your hive tool on the front of the box, and I bet you killed 50 wasps. Like it was, and that's what devastated the hives for me up here this year. And they were potent. So, I mean, I ended up getting stung on the wrist by one of the wasps, and I thought, great, didn't think anything of it, right? My wrist swole up the size of a balloon, and I get stung honeybees all day long. But that wasp, she nailed me.
Yellow jackets do that to me. I swell like crazy.
And I thought it was just the one of. About 2 weeks later, a yellow jacket nailed me again, and the same thing. I woke up in the morning and my hand just looked like a balloon, and I rolled over, looked at Leah, and I says, "This can't be good."
We'll get things on the hive. It just looks like licorice going up along the corner, but it's wood ticks.
Oh,
wow.
We just take our torch, and boy, you just assassinate them.
Last summer, I got stung a few times. The yellow jackets really swole up, but I got stung right in the end of the nose one time. I wasn't even in the bee yard. I was messing with this thing that had the nest in it. I didn't know the nest was in there. In 4 hours, I looked like Elephant Man. It was incredible. I went to the hospital and everything. I didn't have any problems, but it was so grotesque that I thought I better go to the hospital.
Well, basically, what I'm doing is I'm making for all intents and purposes, I'm making a reverse bee escape, and I'm putting it underneath the bottom of the hive. So I mucked around with that a little bit there last year, and in the short little time that I had it on there, which was probably a week, I bet you there was 500 or 600 wasps and hornets in that thing.
Well, one thing that you could do for wasps and hornets is they, from what I've learned about them, they want protein. They actually live by feeding their young protein, and then they actually consume the sugars that the youth or the larvae produce. So they actually live off of the larvae, but they go out and they bring back protein. They feed their larvae that. So if you're trying to catch wasps, you're going to want typically, I'm not sure if it changes based on the time of year, the protein need going into the fall. Maybe the protein need is not as great. But from my understanding, the reason why they're out in search of sugar in the fall is because their brood is less, and therefore there's not enough sugar to feed themselves. So now they're going out trying to rob. But in the spring and the summer, when they have all that brood, they're feeding the brood proteins, and then they're getting that sugars from the youth. So they don't need to rob because they have all the sugar they need. But once that nest starts to close down and or shut down, now they've lost their food source. So now they're starving. So now they're going out and robbing because they're starving. So I'm not sure that protein would help you at the end of the season, but in the spring and the summer, that's all they're about. They want protein because that's what they survive. That's what they feed their youth or the babies, the larvae. So I don't know if it helps you, but
Put a raw steak on your plate in the month of September and they'll be on it.
Cat food.
Yeah.
I was told cat food
Yeah,
makes
they're
a
after,
really good
they're
bait.
after meat in the fall.
Yeah.
I just
they sure go after my sugar, my tank, because it always leaks a little bit around the corners, and hornets and yellow jackets right on that. They love it. If I spill a little pile of sugar on the trailer, maybe, yeah, it's hornets all over it.
Oh
Yeah.
It's, harvest season. When we were hauling things in, I don't have a nice B truck like Ian's got yet, but we were hauling it in on our my flatbed, and Leah, she decided she was going to come out and bring us some sandwiches, and I was like, oh, I don't, Alan's like, I'm not sure you want to come out here, so she came out, and what'd you get nailed 5 times in the time she dropped the sandwiches on there. I went out to try and, I was just going to say thank you and stuff as I'm walking over towards her vehicle. She's locking the door. She's like, there's no way you're opening this vehicle door. It's not a hope in hell. She's like, take your sandwiches. I'm getting out of here.
Did you tell your second unit to your neighbor? You were talking about that, I think, right? Your second easy loader? Or did you I was saying, did you end up selling your one of your old easy loaders to your neighbor or something?
Yeah, sold my third one. Yeah, it's gone. So I only have 2. Yeah.
And he didn't even let me know.
I know, right?
Man.
He didn't let me know.
Yeah.
That's okay. Actually, don't feel guilty. I'm still using my little lift and these things.
Yeah.
I was there. It was sitting on the floor, and I took a picture of it, and I texted. I said, "Who'd you sell this to?" And he told me, that's good. So I texted my buddy who bought it, and I said, "Hey, look what I just bought from Ian," just to make him mad.
That's why he picked it up really quick then.
For half the price too.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Robert, you're talking about, my bees being full of boxes full of bees and how they always look good and all that. And there's one thing I do, and I think you should maybe consider this as you beekeep. It's a really important thing in the spring. So when I'm going through my colonies, I always make sure that I follow up with
I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that. Funny.
Good stuff.
And there's a goodbye Ian style.
We will never know the meaning of life.
Yeah. Oh, priceless.
That was good. I'll give him that.
Oh, priceless. Yeah. I gotta get back on here more often. I need some good laughs like this on a regular basis.
I feel more complete now.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I'm gonna be up all night. Won't be able to sleep.
Wondering what it is he does, right? Too funny. Yep. Too funny.
Where were we?
That was 4 hours in.
Yeah, we're just coming up on 4. You
That's
guys want to keep going, or what do you want to do?
Wow,
I might get your 4 in.
I got nowhere to go, and Leah's let the fire burn out, so I don't even have to get up and cook the fire now. So,
that's Ian's bedtime.
Yeah. There you go. Click. So, but Yeah, too
That's
funny.
pretty
No,
funny.
no.
On your wasp thing or issue, there is a couple, and if I can find them, I'll send them to you. There's a couple guys over in Europe that have a lot of problems with wasps, and they have some treatment methods, or not treatment, but bait methods that they share on their videos.
Yeah, I think this is going to work really well. My little test area there.
That's the same thing that you can get those bottom boards with those already built into them. I can't remember if that's Apamane or one of those. They have
It
those
doesn't
already.
seem hard to trap hornets and wasps. Like, it doesn't seem hard at all.
Yeah, it's built, but I'm saying like one of those companies. It's not Apamane. I'm trying to think of the other one, but it's literally built into their bottom boards. There's a side entrance on the back that they have that, and you just pull the tray out and dump them and push it back in. But that's exact. It's built into the bottom.
Yeah, I got to find something that'll work on our pallets. So that's the key, right?
But they vary. Next year, you might not even hardly see one.
Yeah, I always leave my. I know that there's usually 1 or 2 week ones. I'll see the wasps coming and visiting them while I'm in the yard in the late fall. And before they get bad, I just leave those guys. I know that they're not going to make it through the winter. I know they're not even going to make it to winter at that point. Once I see the wasps start to visit, I know it's pretty much over. But I'll leave them there for sacrificial lambs, because I figure if they're picking on them, they're leaving everybody else alone.
Yeah, they were, like I said, where I was, they were all over everywhere.
All of them.
I've never seen it like that. Like I said, that the whole front of the hive was just going there.
Roy ran out of beer, so he's got to go.
So
Ian ran out of Kraken.
we all have our conundrums, right?
Yeah,
I'm going to go back to swarm bees. We had a neighbor call us. Well, not even a neighbor, but they said we got a swarm of bees landed in our yard. It was in the evening, so my son went and picked them up. We're the only beekeepers in that area, nobody else. Our nearest hive was about 10 miles as the crow flies.
Oh.
Did that swarm travel 10 miles?
You went and got your own bees?
Well,
they had to be our bees. Nobody else around.
You think they'd find a place to hang out? Was it a bivouac, or did they move in somewhere? Like, were they just hanging in a tree?
Hanging
Boy,
on
that's
the lilac
a long way
branch.
for them to just hang in a tree, because they usually hang in a tree within a number of yards.
Yeah.
All right. I wouldn't think
The only
so.
thing I can think of, maybe there's a swarm that we don't know of. It's set up closer there, and that in turn is swarmed or something. But
some feral bees.
Last year, I got a call from an angry neighbor from where my hives were, and he called the landowner, and the landowner called me, and he was so upset that my bees were swarming on his house. And I went over there, and it was a yellow jacket nest with like 12 bees on it. I'm like, buddy, that's not a bee, that's a wasp. But the homeowners don't know. I mean, your situation is completely different, but I'm saying, like, homeowners don't even know the difference between a wasp and a bee.
No, they don't. So here's a good question. I think. Will the bees use more than one bivouac? I'm trying to remember. It's been years since I read Honeybee Democracy. I don't know that it's would be common, but Robert, you say absolutely they will.
Yeah, they will. They'll fly from one, and then they'll fly. They will move along closer to the location. When I first started getting into beekeeping, I used to do a lot of swarm trapping, and also I would follow swarms when I get calls and stuff. And the swarm would land on a fence post, and they would be there for an hour, and then they'd fly and be on a tree, and then they would fly, be there for an hour or whatever, then they'd fly again. The queen can only fly so far, so long. So if their destination is 3 miles away, the queen can't fly 3 miles. So they'll bivouac, and then they'll take off again. Now it is, the whole, the bee democracy and whatever, that's, you know, that is what it is. But as far as bivouacking in multiple locations, absolutely. If you follow a swarm, you'll see them do it.
Interesting.
But I don't know about 10 miles. that
That
seems
seems too
excessive.
far
But
for me.
But no, but you got to remember, these are Saskatchewan bees, so that was probably the closest branch.
It probably was. It's like we're going to find a tree. It's 10 miles.
Sorry, Doug, I couldn't resist.
Well, one of our breezes could move them 10 miles.
It could.
Yeah, blew them all the way to Manitoba.
Uh,
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, just the closest branch. Too funny.
This last year in the States, from every person I've talked to down here, it seems this was like the largest swarm year that people can recall. I don't know if you guys had that same up north, but
we don't have
everybody-
swarms like you guys do.
yeah,
We don't
everybody's
have that because and there's a simple reason for it. We don't have feral colonies.
Yeah.
Feral
What about
colonies not. I mean, it happens, but very rare.
How was your skunks this year, Doug?
What was that?
How were the skunk populations?
Probably, I don't know, it must have been up around 15 or 20. It was a pretty good year for skunks.
You know, we're seeing more and more and more of those, and now we got raccoons south of Grand Prairie. So that's the other thing that's going to hit us here probably pretty quick.
we don't see. I mean, I have a ton of raccoons in my area. I don't see any issues with them. They don't tend to bother the hives at all. In my experience.
I know the skunks sure like them.
Yeah,
We had-
the skunk will pull at the entrance and get the bees to come out, and then they eat the bees as they come out, and then it irritates the bees. And then next time you go out there, they're all irritated and they come attacking you. So that's the problem you have with skunks. But raccoons, I've never seen, like, we have them by the dozen, and we never see any issues with them. They don't bother the hives at all.
I can handle a skunk problem. It was the bear problem this year I didn't like.
Oh, you had a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you had a bear there too. I think you were sending me pictures of. Hey, Brad, did that guy get into any of the hives?
No. Yeah. Well, I had a bear at my one out yard, and then I fenced it, so I had zero issue after that.
He was a big
The
boy,
other
right?
out yard, yeah, he's a big one. The other out yard, and he did kind of bash up some empty boxes I'd left there, right? So which is kind of good, I guess, a decoy. But I've learned that they'll bash up empty equipment because they're not getting stung, right? But the other yard, I've had bears show up there a number of times, but never had any big problems. They kind of messed some things up one time, but not too bad.
Was that your
but I-
backyard last year? Or not maybe it was 2 years ago that you had
yeah, the one I had in my backyard, it was 20. It was 23. I think
yeah,
it was
you had the
23.
cage out there from the game warden or whatever.
Yeah, they brought it's same as last summer. But if you want to make sure a bear never shows up at your bee yard, you either put a good electric fence or a bear trap. Because as soon as you bring the bear trap out, there's no bears.
My
Take the
bears,
bear trap away, bears show up.
my bears seem to get lead poisoning.
Yeah, well, the one in the backyard almost got lead poisoning that day, but I took mercy on him and I just bought better fencer.
Didn't you come step out the door and almost come face to face with him?
Me?
The one? Yeah. No, I thought it was you. That was somebody they had a bear problem in their apiary, and they apiary, and they basically were walking out the back door, and he came around the barn or the garage or something, and they face to face.
This guy was around the house shortly after I put the new fence in, and because he couldn't get in there anymore, so he was around the house the next couple of days, and I was getting pretty worried. Cats, and my wife gets scared of the bear, and of course she's not as scared of the bear as I wish she was.
I don't know how to take that one.
So size
It's like, what are you doing?
Brad, what size are? I mean, I don't know how big your bears are. Like, how big is the bear compared to you? Is it as big as you, or half your size, or?
Well, standing
Leah,
on
Leah just about choked on her cup of coffee when you asked the question.
what?
Now she wants to
Oh,
see how I'm going to answer it.
Well, I don't know. Standing on hind legs, you know, a big bear is like the average bear is not going to be more than I don't know. What do you say, Doug? 5'5" is a pretty
250,
what's
250, 300 pounds.
yeah. Well, average.
250, 300, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably
and like we had a big mother bear when I was a kid. We had a big mother bear, and she lived a long time too. She would lick the icicles off of the eaves of an 8-foot building. She was huge, but never caused any problems, you know. So she never got taken down. But yeah, most bears are not. You know, they're not 6 feet tall, standing on their hind legs. But you can get big ones, right? But most of them aren't that big.
I shot 3 in the yard last year, and in an 8-mile stretch, we counted 15 different bear.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
that's a problem we've got up here.
Wow.
There's
That's
just
a
so many of them. It used to be, you know, when people used to hunt them and stuff, there wasn't that many around, but they've just way overpopulated now, and
Yeah.
all sorts of problems. Devastating for the farmers' fields and canola fields and stuff like this as well, because they'll do a single bear will do more damage than a whole herd of elk will do. So
that out yard that I had that I didn't. I'm going to fence that next year when I move over there. I think I'm going to go back to that out yard, but I'm going to fence it. It's just so expensive. I didn't want to buy 2 fences in one season.
I put a cell camera in the yard that we had fenced. 2 o'clock in the morning, my phone goes off, and you take a look, and here's this great big black bear heading for the beehives. And
Not what you want to see.
no, you just cross your fingers, hope that fence worked. And
Have
yeah, see,
you seen the Fred Dunn videos where he highly suggests his noisemakers and lights, Brad?
No, I didn't. I've heard things the guys use noisemakers and lights and things, and they just say that doesn't really.
He's
do
been
much.
running them for several years now, and he tests some a particular brand, and he highly suggests it. I don't know anything about it, but I've seen it in several of his videos. But he has a couple of videos that are nothing but this siren. But it's like it's a red fixture. It has a light and a siren on it.
But he was doing that, so that worked. If I remember it, I think I saw his videos. That was like
Just had my camera sitting next to me, so that that's one of my cameras that I use for my out yard. That uses the cellular network to send the pictures. I think you picked up the Spy Point, right, Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Spy Point. It's called.
But I was going to say, I think Fred Dunn did that, Robert, with, if I remember it, his videos were on like coyotes and things like that.
Yeah, he hits black bears, little black bears.
I was going to say the ones I saw where he did it with the coyotes, they scare off pretty easy. Bears up here, they could care less. I mean, you could walk up and lay on the horn of them, and they'll look at you and just wander away.
Yeah, they're just kind of like give you the finger, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen those propane scare cannons. I've seen them out in the field, and they probably work for the first few days, but after a few days, they just ignore them. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, most of the bears we have down here, or at least in the, I don't know, region that I'm in, it's mostly just little black bears, and most of them are about the size of a large dog. You know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they could hurt somebody, but I think they're more afraid of you than they otherwise. So
yeah,
could be wrong.
Definitely powerful. Very powerful animal.
We got a pile of black bear around here, but we're getting more and more grizzly. So, and in fact, last year, even just to the east of Grand Prairie here. And in fact, I've got a couple of apiaries out there, but a grizzly was walking within a couple miles of the city of Grand Prairie here. And he would walk up and down, come up out of the river there, and Fish and Wildlife and everything knew they were there, like knew he was there. All they did is they just warned the public, well, stay away. Well, what do you do when you tell the public in a city that, oh, there's a bear out here, stay away?
Everybody grabs their smartphone and goes and wants to take pictures of the grizzly.
Exactly, right? So we knew everybody was taking pictures of where this bear was and everything. And it's like, yeah, I personally think we're very soon going to have issues with all the grizzlies up here. And they are big and they are aggressive and they don't care. Not much scares them off.
So I got some PSA here for people if they're not familiar with bears and different kinds of bears, and especially if you're hiking in the woods. So when you're hiking in the woods, it's the worst thing you can do is sneak up on a bear, right? And so to avoid sneaking up on a bear when you're hiking, you tie these little jingle bells. You tie little bells to your clothes, so you jingle as you walk along, and then the bear can hear you, and they'll scamper away. And if you do have an encounter, if you're in the woods, you can take bear spray, pepper spray, right? You can take bear spray, and so if the bear does charge, you can spray them with the pepper spray. And also, when you're hiking in the woods, it's useful to understand what kind of bears you're dealing with, right? I got black bears here. So if you're hiking in the woods and you got black bears, you can see what the black bears leave behind, right? You look at their poo. And if black bears, the poo will have, nuts and berries and things like that in the poo. And if you're dealing with grizzly bears, you look at the poo and it's got nuts and berries and little bells and it smells like pepper.
That's a grizzly. Actually,
well, that's my grizzly bear story.
There you go. I actually worked with a guy down at the mill. He was in the newspaper here. Must be 20 years ago. He was out elk hunting and accidentally got in between a grizzly sow and her cubs. And she took him down and all sorts of damage. But the story that came out of that, with his hunting knife, not only did he fight that bear off, he killed that bear and managed to keep most of him intact to the point till the ambulance got there. But that is one tough guy to take on a sow grizzly bear with a hunting knife and win. He still has the scars today to prove it, and he still goes hunting all the time. And he even admitted himself he wasn't aware that he was there. He wasn't aware the cubs were there, and he admitted, somehow he wasn't paying enough attention. He got in between, but you don't hear that happening too often. It's far too often the other time you hear bells and smell like pepper.
We had a fellow fishing up north here a few years ago, and he was attacked by a black bear. He got into the water with the bear, and he had advantage in the water with the bear, but he actually killed the bear with a knife.
Yeah, like I say, it doesn't happen too often, but yeah.
No.
Never give up, never surrender, right? So bees, you just got to go.
Yeah, he's just like, stop that.
Oh, and then it's ow. Actually, it was funny because when I was down in Grenada, I watched. In fact, I think I sent Brad. I think I sent you and Ian a picture of that. The coconut or the coconut nuts. The bees were all over that. Actually, they were white, and it was palm nuts. That's right. That's what it was. And I was surprised to see what it was. So of course I reached up and I grabbed a big, thing of these palm nuts, and I'm hanging on to these. And of course the bees are walking all over, and I wanted to kind of see what kind of bees and everything there were. So I didn't realize, there was a whole bunch of people that was watching me. So as I reached up and I grabbed these palm nuts, and I'm like this, and I'm taking a look, and they were, you could tell they were very intent on, the pollen and stuff these nuts were giving off. And I'm literally looking like this, and I set these palm nuts back down on the fence, and blow a couple of the bees off, and I turn around, and there's got to be about six people standing there, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I said, I'm a beekeeper, and they all went, oh, and walked off, but they all thought I was nuts at first, but, and then I started thinking about that afterwards. I mean, Grenada is just north of Central America there. I'm wondering how many of those bees were Africanized bees. So in hindsight, that probably wasn't a smart thing to do, but typical beekeeper, you don't think about that until after.
The fact that they were foraging, though, was probably your savior. They're not near the nest. They're not near the home. Right. Yep. Which we know honeybees, if they're not, and Africanized bees are honeybees, if they're not near the home, they're almost guaranteed they're not going to, unless you squeeze them, you pinch them or something, they'll sting you, but they're not going to be aggressive to you at all.
I was surprised that those palm nuts, the pollen on it was just snow white. And it was interesting to see them pack their baskets with this snow white pollen. It was quite amazing to see. I can't see any of the comments, so
I don't know. This was still the fallout from my story. That's a long way to go for that joke. Yeah, it is.
But it was spicy.
It was spicy. Yeah. So, well, what do you think? We should shut this down. We're at over 4 hours now. We don't want to encroach upon Charlie's record for
New Year's there.
What was he? What was that? 6 hours or something?
Just over 6 hours. Yeah,
6 hours.
Didn't they beat it on Sunday? Or not this past Sunday, but I meant like Buttons and.
I missed that one.
I think they went longer.
Did they?
I think so. They were on there for, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they broke the record.
Well, Brad, it's past my bedtime and all that.
Yeah, mine and all that too.
I was going to say, it's coming up on my bedtime, but I don't need any beauty sleep.
Yeah, well.
I stayed up till midnight New Year's Eve, and it took me a day to get over it.
Oh, I know.
There you go.
My wife and I don't think we even, I think we had the bubbly about 11:15 just so that we could say we're going to bed at midnight.
There you go. Well, I didn't make it to there because I was working. So we watched the fireworks there at, I think it was 10 o'clock or 10:30, and I was in bed and I was out like a light.
We watched the fireworks on YouTube. We watched the fireworks that they had in London at the London Eye. Boy, if you want a spectacle, look that up. My goodness.
No, I suppose
they must have spent $1 million on fireworks.
We had the
just incredible.
The international fireworks competition. Oh, this has got to be 20 years ago now. It was down in Calgary when I was still flying. And we went down and watched that. And everything was choreographed to music.
Right.
And all of these competitors, one after another. I think there was 4 competitors a night. And each one of them had to time their fireworks through the full song. And I think the song had to be something like, 4.5 minutes in length. That was something to see, to see what they can do with those fireworks and how it's all just timed perfectly. So
now it's all the drone shows, right?
What's that?
Now it's all the drone shows.
Drone shows are getting to be popular now. Yeah.
Yeah, this was all fireworks back then, and
I like the fireworks. I mean, you're blowing things up, right? Who could not like that?
Can't go wrong there.
Yeah, you got smoke and fire and boom, boom, boom. I like the boom, boom part.
The next day, everybody's looking for their dogs.
Yeah, exactly.
No doubt.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's wrap this up. Thank you, everybody, for dropping in. I so much appreciate it. And too bad, so sad that we're not at NAHBE, but hey, that's life, right? And we look forward to all the stories when you guys get home, and we'll talk to you then. So, any last words from y'all?
Good night.
Okay. Have a great night.
Happy New Year, everybody. Have a good night.